Okay, I call the March 5th, 2024 City Council regular meeting and work study session to order. City Clerk Ben Lane, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor David Ortega.
Present.
Vice Mayor Solange Whitehead.
Here.
Council members Tammy Caputi.
Here.
Tom Durham. Here. Barry Graham.
Here.
Betty Janik.
Here.
And Kathy Littlefield.
Here.
City Manager Jim Thompson.
Here.
City Attorney Sherry Scott.
Here.
City Treasurer Sonia Andrews.
Here.
Acting City Auditor Lake Clough.
Here.
And the clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Just double checking. We are on the air and recording. Good. Thumbs up. We have Scottsdale Police Sergeant Sean Ryan, as well as Sergeant Burris Ingram, and firefighter Dustin Brown, should anyone need assistance. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll call on Councilwoman Betty Janik. At this time, I want to draw our attention to the ongoing war in Ukraine. It's into its third year as they fight for their freedom and democracy. So I ask you to join with me in silent reflection for Ukraine. The National Institute for Public Procurement as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession, and whereas the City of Scottsdale highly values the individuals who are procurement specialists in our organization. Therefore, I, the Mayor of Scottsdale, do declare Wednesday, March 13, as Procurement Professionals Day in Scottsdale. Let's hear it for them.
With a variety of activities. We hope to see you at First Fest from 9 to 11 a.m. Saturday, April 20th at Cactus Park. Get all the details at scottsdaleaz.gov and search event calendar. Coming in at number 4, we're building a new park. Ashlar Hills is our new 17-acre park under construction. The new site will bring recreation amenities to far north Scottsdale, including open turf areas, a shaded playground, fitness stations, sports courts, and walking and hiking trails. Construction will continue through early 2025. For more project information, visit scottsdaleaz.gov and search Ashlar Hills Park. Next up at number 3, did you know more than 1.5 million residents and visitors use the city's Indian Bend Wash, Crosscut Canal, and Arizona Canal paths each year? To keep those paths ready for use, Scottsdale's Transportation and Streets Department is always on the job. Street operation crews inspect trails, coordinate the trimming of vegetation. Current project, visit scottsdaleaz.gov and search wayfinding. At number 2, Scottsdale wants to hear from you about 2 important public projects. Be part of shaping the future of Scottsdale's parks and recreation programs. Share your thoughts to help the city ensure future priorities are citizen-driven and meeting the evolving demands of the community. And the Community Assistance Office is interested to hear your thoughts regarding federal funds to assist low to moderate income individuals and families in our community. The ideas our residents share today are just as important as they were in every era of Scottsdale's past. Only now, having an impact is just a few clicks away. Visit scottsdaleaz.gov and search Get Involved. Wrapping things up at number 1, spring training is underway at Scottsdale Stadium. Catch the San Francisco Giants in Cactus League action before beginning their regular season. Need a lift from Old Town to Scottsdale Stadium? Take the Scottsdale Trolley. The free service starts 90 minutes before the first pitch and ends 30 minutes after the last inning. Trolleys offer 20-minute ride frequencies to stops located near parking garages in Old Town. And if you've ever wondered what goes into planning for spring training, check out our latest Podsdale episode. To listen, search Podsdale on your favorite podcast app, and don't forget to subscribe. And that's Scottsdale's Fast 5 for March. Thanks for watching.
We'll move to a presentation by Experience Scottsdale. We have Rachel Sacco, President and Chief Executive Officer of Experience Scottsdale. Great to see you, Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the Council. I'm Rachel Sacco, President and CEO of Experience Scottsdale, and I really appreciate the opportunity to update you on our latest efforts to support Scottsdale's tourism industry, but also our community and our residents. Next slide, please. Since I last presented here a few months ago, the city has received its annual visitation data from Longwoods International and Applied Economics, and that shows that the visitors accounted for about 21% of all the city's total privilege tax collections, which is amazing. We've often shared the benefits of these tax dollars that they bring to our citizens and our community at large. And with the bed tax dollars in particular, funding those capital projects and those special events are so important to our community and even our residents. Last year, $4.4 million in bed tax collections helped to fund about 40 different events in Scottsdale, from community events like our beloved Parada del Sol, even up to mega events like the Super Bowl. And this year, it looks like there's going to be about $16 million additional dollars of bed tax revenue budgeted to be spent on capital projects that benefit our community. So from a resident standpoint, if almost a quarter out of every dollar that's generated by visitors that go into our tax collections, it means your tax burden is lower, but yet you can reap the benefit of so much of the wonderful things that tourism brings to make this an exciting place to live and visit. Next slide. So having said that, Experience Scottsdale's efforts are really important to ensure that these visitors and their important tax dollars land in our community, not in our competitive set. So January is a kickoff for us. It's also the season of so many of our experience marketing campaigns, including the annual campaign that we have that targets Canada. Thanks to the bed tax being a lot more robust this year, we've been able to actually have a year-round campaign in the entire country of Canada. But when it becomes in season, we really ratchet it up. So in addition to the TV commercials that are year-round and the email and the digital messaging that goes on, we also do something like this, what you see here. This is a takeover of a transit station in Toronto, Canada. And it surrounds 1.2 million commuters that are there every single week with beautiful Scottsdale imagery. Our in-house creative team developed this, as they do all of our creative, but they did something different this year. If you can see those stairs that are going up, as you go up or down, we added an audio component this year. So you can actually not only see the desert and what blooms here, but you can hear the sounds of the desert. Imagine going up or down those stairs and you hear cicadas, or an owl, or even a coyote, or even more. Next slide. So in late January and early February, there are commuters that are in the New York City and Chicago that also had a chance to see a little bit of Scottsdale sun. This is the Scottsdale Sun Globe that was developed by our in-house creative team. It is a snow globe-shaped heating station that features a beautiful desert mural that was painted by a local artist. And you actually walk inside it because it's heated. When you walk inside, there is an incredible cactus flower scent that you're immersed in that was also created by a local company called Scottsdale Light and Bark. You also are handed a prickly pear hot tea that was also from a local company called Tea Time Scottsdale right here in the Old Town. Next slide. We actually were able to connect one-on-one with thousands of people in New York and Chicago, answering questions about Scottsdale, making them feel like they were really, really welcome to come here. And of all of the immersive products that we brought to various markets, I have to say this is the most hands-on, the most personal, and the most memorable of all. And now we are connected because we have the contacts for those many thousands of people that we met. I think a Swiss tour operator probably said it best when he stopped by our Sun Globe experience. He said, "I have traveled the world for my job and for my own personal, and I have never seen another city do anything nearly as nice anywhere else in the world as you in Scottsdale." Next slide. If you want to see the inspiration behind that original mural, here it is right on the Civic Center here. And you can take a photograph or an Instagram as a resident or certainly as a visitor. Next slide. Last year, we were all about super season with our Super Bowl here. But when you think about it, every single year in Scottsdale is a super season when you look at all of the events that we have. So when January comes around, we launch the Scottsdale Signature Event Season Campaign. And that and the many promotions that surround that are actually going from January through April. They target 24 of our top drive and fly markets, even including the United Kingdom. Again, because we have more bed tax dollars this year that have been generated, we reinvest those by going into those new markets. So again, rather than just having our top 5 or 6 primary markets, we have 24 new destinations that are hearing about Scottsdale and I'm sure wanting to visit. Next slide. Advertising and marketing are the cornerstone for us to bring our visitors here and leave their tax dollars behind. But also what's really important is the earned media that our communication development company and our communication department actually is responsible for. And I'm really pleased to tell you that throughout the first half of this fiscal year, so from July through December, our communications team has generated an astounding 6,000 media hits about this destination in just 6 months. And that is our highest ever on record. These press trips and the journalists that we bring in are so critical because they are able to see what's new and write about it in meaningful and authentic and very frequent coverage. And we love inviting them to Scottsdale. Just over the past several months, we have had press and journalists from Germany, from the UK, from Canada, and even the US Gulf areas throughout the country. Next slide. On the meeting side, this is really important. There is not a hotel or a resort here that doesn't depend on filling their base with group meetings business. So our sales team is working really hard to generate leads for our Scottsdale hotels, resorts, and our venues. So in the first half of this fiscal year alone, 22% of all of our leads were from new clients. What that means is that this is a client or a meeting planner that has never ever been in our database before it experienced Scottsdale, or they have never actually been to Scottsdale, or both. So as a result, we have seen bookings increase 24% year over year, and the room nights from those bookings have increased 34% year over year. So Scottsdale is hopping with a lot of new meetings. The photo that you see there was from, in December, we hosted the Scottsdale Meeting Showcase. It was 24 meeting planners that came here, toured the area, and they had a chance, as they were meeting here at the field house at the Scottsdale Stadium, to actually interact with 32 of our experienced Scottsdale local business members and show them what they could do to get involved with their meetings. Next slide. Not to be outdone, our tourism team has been educating luxury travel advisors and tour operators throughout North America and in Europe on how to sell Scottsdale. In the first half of this fiscal year, once again, we have connected one-on-one with over 2,000 travel professionals through trade shows, missions, events, and trainings. We continue to always focus on that high-end luxury traveler, and we do that through this partnership that we have with that Virtuoso. You've heard me talk about that because you cannot join a Virtuoso partnership. You must be invited to be a part of it. And that allows us, through these Virtuoso travel advisors, to reach that high net worth client not just throughout the United States, Canada, and Mexico, but actually abroad as well. So we have been able to talk to those high net worth clients, get them to think about having a vacation or a trip to Scottsdale. And this month, we're traveling to the UK and Ireland to actually meet more of them abroad. Last slide, please. The thing I'm most excited to tell you about is that we have so many new endeavors, but we are this month going to be filming a brand new television commercial. I'm excited because what better month to film a commercial in the desert than in March? So the film crew is coming out. What we have done is months of research and prep to make sure that we have the total messaging, the research that says what people want to hear and what will emotionally connect with them, to have them watch a 30-second commercial and then be inspired to go to our website or to book Scottsdale. I can't wait to show you what's new in that and to also show you some of the most authentic things that you can do only in Scottsdale. So I want you to see how we're branding this around the country and the world, and hopefully the next time I come to talk with you, I can show you that. I want to close by thanking you so sincerely for all of the confidence that you give us, the trust that you have in us, and your support, and that goes for all of the city staff as well. We could not do what we do without your support and your partnership. So on behalf of my entire team and our industry, thank you so very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilwoman Janik.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one comment. You continue to surpass our expectations. It is amazing. Thank you for what you do. You keep our taxes low, and all this tourism keeps our standard of living high, and the standards of all of our open spaces, our businesses high. So thank you.
Thank you.
I would add one other thing. Repeatedly, visitors, whether they're foreign or domestic, tell me that Scottsdale is very beautiful, clean, safe, and of course they're here for wellness purposes. And when we actually look at it, we reinvest those sales tax dollars that are paid by visitors into that environment that self-sustains our environment here as residents. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, we will move on. Next, it is possible during this meeting that the council may make a motion to recess into executive session to obtain legal advice on any applicable item on the agenda. If authorized by the council, the executive session will be held immediately and will not be open to the public. The public meeting would then resume following the executive session. Also, regarding our City Hall rules, per our council rules of procedure, citizens attending City Council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to members of the council and staff ourselves. Unauthorized remarks or demonstrations from the audience, such as applause, yells and/or other demonstrations are not permitted. Violation of these rules could result in removal of the meeting by security staff, and of course our meeting will flow very well as we are cordial with one another. Next, we have public comment. Public comment is reserved for Scottsdale citizens, Scottsdale business owners, and/or Scottsdale property owners to comment on non-agendized items that are within the council's jurisdiction. Advocacy for or against a candidate or a ballot measure during a council meeting is not allowed pursuant to the council's to state law, and is therefore not deemed to be within the council's jurisdiction. No official council action can be taken on these non-agendized items, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes to address the council. If you wish to speak, some of you have already checked with the clerk, and of course, I'll call you forward and you'll have 3 minutes. First, we have 3 speakers, and I would call forward Elizabeth Congiusti, and then Lee Kaufheil.
Good evening, Mayor Ortega, City Council members, Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. This is the second time I've been here, and I am here as a homeowner in Pleasant Run. I live at 7405 East Pleasant Run. I'm chair of the Architectural Review Committee and HOA vice president. I have witnessed firsthand the unnecessary financial burden that our community has been subjected to due to the lack of communication and unnecessary delays by Scottsdale's planning department. Our association has had to bear legal expenses that could have been avoided with proper communication and timely responses. The City of Scottsdale's planning department actions have not only caused an unnecessary financial burden on our 2023 budget, but also has resulted in mental and emotional strife among homeowners and HOA board members. This is not just about the money. It's about respect for our community, our time, and our peace of mind. We are asking for $11,675 reimbursement, dollars spent for our attorney, or compensation from either the City of Scottsdale or the Planning Department for this unwarranted expenses. We believe it is a fair request, considering that we are a self-funded organization working towards maintaining a pleasant living environment for all our residents. You may remember I've been a volunteer for the City of Scottsdale since 2006. Had you paid me all the hours that I put in, it would be far more than the $11,675 our community is asking for. Our plea is simple. The city should take responsibility for its part in this debacle. It should ensure better communications moving forward so no other community has to go through what our community at Pleasant Run did. When we finally met with the planning department, they immediately gave approval for the patio request of our homeowner, and they made no changes to our current process or procedures. Yet, it took from May to October to get that approval and to find out that our zoning was within compliance and the processes that we used to have our homeowners submit for patio requests need not be changed. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and we receive your petition. Secondly, next I'll call Lee Koftal and then Brent Beezer.
All right, Lee Koftal. I live at Thomas and Miller, and I have a video I wanted to show. So this is the view just right outside my house. I live on the side of Thomas that has had a road diet done to it, or a restriping, and this was taken about 10 till 5 near the top of how busy this street is. And you can see that the traffic is busy, the congestion is happening, but everybody who gets stopped at that stoplight is able to make it through in the next cycle. There's been a lot of talk about restriping, road diets, whatever you want to call them, but for me, living on this street that has that has been configured this way makes it safer, makes it easier. I do not see the claims that there are about the horrendous amount of traffic and congestion that is caused. This road here is 2 lanes going in each direction. There is a center lane just a little further to the east, where cars and drivers are able to make turns, do U-turns, and all that. And I know that on the west side of Scottsdale Road it is 2 lanes heading west and 3 lanes heading east. And I know that there was a lot of concern about taking away one of those travel lanes in order to make that west side of Thomas Road easier to move on for people that are not in vehicles. And as you can see here, there's a cyclist who's using that bike lane. All the traffic is able to move there. The same traffic that has 3 lanes to the east, heading east on the west side of Thomas is still able to get through. And so I just wanted to just show this video to you to kind of bring home what it looks like when Scottsdale and the transportation department has looked at these volumes and has made the decisions to restripe these and reconfigure these roads to the appropriate level of service. And as you see, we went through 2 cycles of that stoplight, and there were no cars that missed that green light who were waiting previously. So, and then there's 13 more seconds of this, but I assume the point's made. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. Next, we have Brent Beezer.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Name is Brent Beezer, 7317 East Vista Drive. I think this is my 5th time back here. You get to the 3 minutes. I'm probably not going to use anywhere near it. I have submitted a petition to the City Council regarding a request to amend the zoning ordinance for the SR zoning. It used to be several years ago, anything that was located within SR zoning that was going through a construction or remodel needed to go before the Development Review Board. And, when you consider the sensitivity of what SR zoning is supposed to be for as far as protecting, single-family residential neighborhoods, that made perfect sense. And some years ago, and I don't know quite when, and I don't know definitely why, but the request or the requirement to go before the Development Review Board was removed, and it was allowed to basically go through at just a staff level. And what has happened is at the end of our neighborhood, 2 SR parcels have been having some problems. And the city was gracious enough, Christy Hill with the Citizen Liaison Department was able to put together a meeting, and we had the zoning administrator, Perot, Brent Stockwell, the assistant city manager, some traffic engineers and such were able to attend. And the purpose was to basically try to figure out some way to clean up the mess that has resulted from these parcels at the end of our street not going through the proper scrutiny that a development review board would have been able to place and to review these things. Basically, what happened was these messes sort of slipped under the radar of the city staff and got approved without actually getting the proper due care that they should have. So what I'm requesting in my petition is, could we please put that requirement back, that SR zoned parcels, whether it's a remodel or a construction or something like that, actually go back and have a development review, a full development review board approval with the city, with the public input and public notifications that used to be in place. I'm sure that maybe the previous council thought, well, there are not a lot of SR parcels, it's not that important, we'll just let the staff handle it. Let me tell you, it's important. We've got 2 major messes at the end of our street on SR parcels that if the zoning ordinance had been applied, none of this would have happened, but the staff, I'm sure just because of workload and lack of resources, mishandled. And so I respectfully ask that we put that provision back in to go to the Development Review Board on SR parcels. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I did leave my name and phone number on the petition, and I'm welcome to take any calls or information.
Thank you, sir. We will not discuss it, but we do accept it as a petition, and thank you very much, sir.
Excellent, thank you. And I guess you discuss it or vote at the end of the meeting?
Excuse me, sir. Right now, we can't vote on anything, because
Right.
but thank you for presenting it, and I take it as a petition. Next, we have, that concludes public comment, therefore I will close public comment. Next, we have a consideration of the minutes. I request a motion to approve the special meeting minutes of February 6, 2024, executive session minutes of February 6, 2024, regular meeting and work study session minutes of February 6, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please record your vote.
Aye.
So we are unanimous, thank you, and moving on. Next, we have consent agenda items 1 through 15. Just to be clear, these items have a full file on them and are available and have been reviewed, have met the standard as consent agenda items. We have the opportunity to call upon the public should they have any comments on the consent agenda items. The clerk tells me there are no requests to speak from the public, therefore I will close public comment on the consent agenda items 1 through 15. The next opportunity is that any member of council can make a comment or ask for clarification on any consent agenda items. And I will call first on Vice Mayor Whitehead and then Councilwoman Janning.
Mayor, I motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 15.
Thank you.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 1 through 15. Any discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
Yes.
Well, thank you. They are approved unanimously. Next, we will move to regular agenda items 16 and 17. 16 is agendized as the city's proposed fiscal year 2024-25 rates and fees. Our presenters are Analia Johnson, Acting Budget Director, Brian Biesmeyer, Water Resource Executive Director, Dave Bennett, Solid Waste Department Director, Michael Clack, Chief Development Officer, Judy Doyle, Community Service Assistant Executive Director, Jeff Walter, Chief of Police, Luis Sanatella, the Deputy City Attorney, and Marianne Bayardi, the Presiding City Judge. We will lead it off with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Analia Johnson. I'm the Acting Budget Director. Tonight, we're here to present the proposed rate and fee changes for fiscal year 24-25. I will mention that tonight, there is no action needed from you. This is just for presentation purposes and an opportunity for council to provide feedback. We will be back on May 14 to have you adopt those proposed rate and fees changes. Next slide, please. Each division will present to you in detail the proposed rate and fee changes. These changes will then be posted to the city's website so the public will have an opportunity to review at least 60 days in advance of the public hearing and adoption on May 14. Next slide, please. Just as a quick overview before we get into the details. We categorize our rates and fees by enterprise and non-enterprise. For the enterprise category, per our enterprise financial policy, enterprise rates and fees are reviewed annually and should recover all direct and indirect cost of service, debt service, and provide adequate funding for future capital needs. Under this category, Water Resources and Public Works will be sharing with you shortly their proposed rate and fee changes. Next slide, please. For the non-enterprise category, per our revenue management policy, non-enterprise rates and fees should be reviewed periodically and should be set based on an acceptable recovery rate for direct and indirect cost of services. Tonight, under this category, planning and development services, community services, police, city attorney, and city court will be sharing with you their proposed changes. Next slide, please. Thanks. Overall, the proposed rate and fee changes for 24-25 total an additional $17.9 million to the city. In the non-enterprise category, the general fund rate and fee changes total $1.6 million in additional revenue. The special programs fund, $0.8 million, and the capital stormwater fund, $1.1 million. The total forecasted additional revenue in the enterprise category totals $14.4 million. With that, I will turn it over to Brian Bismeyer, our Water Resources Executive Director, to present his rate and fee changes.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Bismeyer, Executive Director for Scottsdale Water, and I have a short presentation on our rates and fees. So I get this going the right way. Oh, there we go. As was just mentioned, your water and wastewater fees are enterprise-based, meaning we're basically run as a business, and our revenues are only our rates and fees that we collect, not funds from the general fund. We do this we base our rates and fees on multi-year financial plans. We're in a position that's really a new reality for water utilities in Arizona and the Southwest. I've been presenting to council here for 11 years, and this is the first one that I've really felt to kind of talk about the new reality we exist in. And that reality is brought on by a 23-year drought that the Colorado River Basin has seen, as well as a change in Colorado River allocations that are pending that will come in 2027. All the allocations on the Colorado River for the basin states are set by a number of different agreements between the federal government and the basin states. All those agreements expire at the end of 2026. So currently the basin states and the federal government are in negotiations on what those new allocations will look like. But as you'll recall from Gretchen Baumgartner's reports to you on the drought and where we are within the drought, that the last 30 years, our runoff on the Colorado River is between 16 and 20% less than the runoff which was originally set in 1920. So the original projections and allocations on the Colorado River were based on 1920 study on the Colorado River and how much water there would be there. We're now running at 20% less than that, and so we can expect when they do allocations a potential of a 20% reduction in our Colorado River allocations. So what does this mean? This means we need to find new resources. And so you will see that we have embedded some costs to find new resources in our budget. We also have cost of infrastructure to use our existing water resources and maximize them. We have inflationary costs that have really created a new normal. And you might say, and that new normal is not my wording. If I could get the Elmo going. If you could zoom in a little closer to the highlighted section. So this is from a Fitch rating put out in January. And you can see, although headwinds related to the general inflationary pressures have eased, they have led to a new normal operating environment whereby utilities sector-wide have had to account for higher costs. And then in their outlook, which is a little down here further, you can see utilities are managing to a new higher cost environment, capital spending to continue rising. We also have aging utility infrastructure. As you recall, 2 years ago, we celebrated our 50th anniversary, Scottsdale Water's 50 years of service. Underground piping and mains are projected to last between 50 and 100 years. So we're entering in that time frame where we're going to be replacing underground assets. Our pumps and motors and other above ground assets last between 5 and 20 years, and so they continually need replacing. And we have a competitive job market. There's a lot of folks out there with hair color the same as mine that are starting to retire, and we're having to bring on that next generation, and it's a very competitive market to bring on those folks. And I'll discuss that later. A little bit of the new reality that's affected some of our neighbors and how much their rates have had to go up as they've addressed issues with their systems. We're really at a crossroads, and we think we need to take a path that commits us to a road that can supply us with enough water to secure our future. The good news is we've been at this crossroads before, and we as a community made some very good investments. So after the 1980 groundwater management came to be, a decade later is when most of the aspects of that law came to fruition. Scottsdale was in a position where the Central Arizona project was coming through Scottsdale. We had a water asset, and the community decided to build the Scottsdale Water Campus, which has served us well, allowed us to recycle a lot of water, allowed us to use that Colorado River water that was coming through the city, and it ended up being a great decision. But it took a little bit of investment to get there. So the water campus came into being in 1998 when the first water came through it, but there had to be investments beforehand. And so these are the investments in FY 93 through 95 and the rates that corresponded to making those investments. We set our rates, a little bit of history, so I apologize for diverging from how we set our rates. We set our rates based on our costs, and our costs alone, and the costs that we have seen really increasing are, on the operations side, our raw water costs. We also have increasing costs of electricity. The APS is projecting about a 13% increase in our commercial rates. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just meant to say, are those rates year over year?
Those are year over year.
Just to clarify that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
We have an increased conservation budget, both in staff and our rebates, and increase in personnel costs in general. Our proposed division budget, and you can see the breakout of our cost and the significant portion of it that is both purchased water, electricity, and personnel costs. So how these rates changed over time, you can see that over the last 5 years, our personnel costs have gone up dramatically. Our raw water costs have gone up even more dramatically. Our electricity costs we've been able to manage, but we've got to a point where they are going to increase more than previous years. On the chemicals, we initially saw an increase in the chemical cost in the COVID timeframe and right after COVID, where we had supply chain issues, but we are seeing them stabilize and we were able to optimize those. So we actually brought down our chemical costs in our requested budget. Significant cost drivers on the capital side. CIP is Capital Improvement Program. We have drought-driven improvements, our ASR wells, our automated meter program, and our water reuse and processing efforts to recycle more water. Our Bartlett Dam feasibility study. So we've got to the point with the Bartlett Dam where over the next 5 years, if we want to be part of that dam, the new Bartlett Dam, and get some of the water, the new water behind there, we're going to have to make that investment. So we have programmed in our 5-year capital improvement program $50 million for the investment in the Bartlett Dam expansion. That gets us between 5,000 and 6,000 acre feet per year of potential water behind that dam, new water. We believe that's a prudent investment, albeit it's a big one. It is a prudent investment. We have booster station modifications and improvements, and this is just that aging infrastructure that needs to be done. And we have our campus water campus expansion. We need to expand our reclamation facility there so we can accept more wastewater and recycle that wastewater. We also have some expansion in our laboratory and our computer control rooms at the facility. We're asking for $123 million, $20.5 million in new CIP funding for the 5-year plan. So what does that mean for rates? So our rate revenue request is 6.3% on the water rate revenues and 8% on the wastewater revenues. Total dollar value brought in is $11.5 million. And as we go through that, so I mentioned the capital spending, and I'm going to go back to that. To kind of give some perspective with that, we're obviously not the only ones expecting a lot of capital. So if I could go to the Elmo again. So you can see that City of Phoenix Water is expecting to spend $3.8 billion over the next 5 years. Gilbert has had tremendous amount of increases in their capital projects. Let's go down a little further. So the city of Avondale has got one of the top 5 wastewater projects going on for $109 million. Just a little flavor of the amount of money that's being spent in the water and wastewater utilities. But what does that mean to our customers? So this particular rate request, it's 6.3% overall, but what does it mean specifically for each of our customers? So we have 2 components of our rates. We have a base fee and a volumetric fee. The base fee is representative of having water available 24/7, 365 days of the year, available for use when you turn on the tap. The other part is a volumetric. So the base fee is set on your ability to have water at your house, and it's based on your meter size and the volume flow through that meter size. And you can see the proposed increases in the base fee. So on the volumetric side, on how much you use, on the residential side, we're asking for an increase in the tiers 3, 4, and 5, no increase in tiers 1 and 2. And on the commercial side, where we have a 4-tier program because commercial users are generally a more steady user of water, we have 4 tiers, and we're asking for increases in tiers 3 and 4. On the wastewater side, we have the same structure, albeit it's a little differently. We don't meter wastewater. That's a difficult task at best in an individual home, so we don't meter that. But we have a base fee based on the water meter size, with the exception of that we've standardized all the residential sizes into one. So the 5/8, 3/4, and 1 inch, if you have a residential home, the service line coming off your house is the same size for all these residential homes. So we standardize a base rate there. But after that, it goes up according to the meter size as those service lines increase as well. So we have a base fee, and then we have a volumetric fee, and we set that based on a 3-month winter average and take 90% of the 3-month winter average to be a representative amount of what's used inside the house. And then we charge differently for the different commercial classes because it is more expensive to treat certain wastewaters than others. And so restaurants with dining have more fats, oils, and grease and are more difficult to treat and therefore are charged more compared to residential use. Our history of rates, we try to ask for small incremental rate increases, and this is our history over the last 5 and 10 years. How have we done compared to General Consumer Price Index? For our 3 different sized residential meters, you can see that we've been less than the General Consumer Price Index. We also are asking for increases in our miscellaneous charges, and these are really cost, just returning our cost to us. When we set a meter, we set a service line. When we do other meter maintenance activities, we charge the cost of those activities, and we have a bulk water rate. And the total is $165,000 in increased revenue due to these miscellaneous service charges. So how does that compare And again, we set our rates on our cost, but we always like to compare, see how we're doing because other valley cities of our size or larger. And so you can see for a 5/8" meter, these are our smaller meters, normally representative of our smaller homes in South Scottsdale. And the average for a 5/8" meter, the use is 9,000 gallons per month, and a sewer is 6,000 gallons per month. And you can see our rates are on the left side of that chart, some of the lowest in the valley. And the total increase we are asking for is $2.20 per month for this side. That's both water and sewer increases. And I always talk about Chandler. It used to be Gilbert, but Gilbert's flopped way above that, but it used to be Chandler. Chandler's a very flat city. It's got 2 pressure zones. It's got about 100 to 150 feet of elevation change. We've got thousands of feet of elevation change in Scottsdale. We have beautiful terrain, beautiful geography. But unfortunately, we got to push water up those hills and back down, and it's just more expensive to do so. It takes more infrastructure to do so. But I don't think we'd change that. In any event, so going on to 3/4 meter, the water use for the average 3/4 meter, these are slightly larger homes, and the average water use is 10,000 gallons, and the sewer is 7,000 gallons. And again, you can see we're on the left side, our current rates, and then our proposed rates. This increase is $3.80 per month. And then for our largest residential side, a 1" meter, and these are larger homes, typically homes that have fire suppression systems, sprinkler systems. The average water use for this meter size is 16,000 gallons per month, and the average sewer is 11,000 gallons. And you can see, again, we are on the far left, or the less expensive comparables. The increase here is $6.65 per month. I like to brief that since I'm asking for rates, I like to also say that, you know, if you're going to pay for something, you should get good service. And so I bring these key performance indicators up every year to say our citizens are getting good performance. We are a world-class utility. The first one is customer accounts per employee. That's a measure of how lean we are. And so you can see the industry median is 485 accounts per employee. The top quartile is 626, and we are at 760, telling you that we are a lean utility. Debt service coverage ratio, the median is 228, the top quartile is 298, and we are right next to that top quartile at 295. Employee turnover, as I briefed last year, this is the one area where we are struggling. And as I mentioned, we have a lot of folks retiring. We have a lot of good programs that are bringing people in, but they take time. We have an operator apprentice program that's been very successful, and we just recently promoted a supervisor who originally came up through that program, and he's now one of our plant supervisors. Very effective program. It just takes a while. It takes 2 to 3 years to get folks through the apprentice program. We have a training program for our service workers that takes a year. It takes a while. It also takes a lot of our time. So while we are pushing people into our program, it just takes time. So you can see the industry median is 10.6, top quartile 6.8, and we're at 16. I also want to say that the city manager has got a class and comp study coming, and we're very thankful for him for doing that and allowing us to remain competitive in this competitive industry. Water main breaks per 100 miles. This is important for a number of reasons. One, folks don't really like their roads in front of their houses torn up, and we don't like to do that either. But it's important to keep the water in our pipes so we lose less water and we stay efficient with the water we have. Industry median at 18.8, top 25 at 7.2, and we're at 4.7, almost half of what the upper quartile is. So again, not very many breaks. Hydrants out of service. I don't think I need to explain that. That's kind of important. Top 25 is 0.2, and we're a quarter of that. We're at 0.05% for hydrants out of service. Sanitary sewer overflows. That's literally sewage flowing out of our sewer system. Not something any utility wants. Industry median 1.6 per 100 miles. So we have 1,200 miles of sewer. Do the math, that would be 13, 14, 15 of those if we were industry median. Top 25 is 0.7. Scottsdale in our last calendar year was 0. So I think we have performance that can be recognized. Also, I want to, as I leave the talk about our rate increases, if folks can keep their water to 10,000 gallons a month or less, the rate increase for these different meter sizes is there, and that's just the base rate. So really the key, particularly for all these, but particularly for the 1-inch size meter group, if they can keep their water consumption down to less than their average or keep it down to 10,000 gallons, there's a considerable savings. I'm going to go back a little bit because I want to emphasize one thing here. So with this 1-inch group, it's 16,000 gallons of water. At that, they're in the tier 3 area, which is $4.55 per thousand. If a savings of 2,000 gallons would decrease their water bill by $9, this rate increase, if passed by council, is $6.65. So there's a way to save in this structure for folks if they want to, for the, like I said, mere 2,000 gallons a month saving would more than overcome this rate increase. And I am going the wrong way. So again, we're asking for a rate revenue increase of 6.3% on the water side and 8% on the wastewater side. And that concludes my briefing, pending your questions.
Okay, Councilwoman Janik, then Councilmember Durham.
Thank you, Brian. As always, wonderful presentation, good information, really good data. I do have several questions. On slide 19, Enterprise Water Resources Water Rates Base Fee, I noticed that the 5/8-inch meter, the rate goes up 0.3% minimal. But when we get to the 8-inch meter, it's going up 71.4%. What is your justification for such a substantial increase as we go to larger meters?
The larger sizes, yes. This is a great question. Mayor and Council, Councilwoman Janik, we just did a rate study. So we did a cost of service study by an outside vendor, Raftellus, and did the report. The report's posted online. In that report, they said we needed to, one, increase our base fees. That was a big part of it. And we needed to adjust our base fees based on flow. And they've changed the flow characteristics somewhat, and they're recommended the industry standards of AWWA, which has a slightly different flow standard than we had previously been using. So we're adjusting to some of those flow standards. And that's why that base fee is going up, and you can see the larger percentages on the larger users.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, based on the fact that the capacity of those meters is bigger than we were giving previously credit for.
Okay. Another question on that. How many customers have 8-inch meters as we go?
Those are only the largest commercial customers, the very largest multifamily customers. They're very large users, hospitals,
Okay.
and large multifamily.
Okay. Slide 22. I noticed there that's the sewer rates. Again, it looks like everybody gets a 19% increase.
That one was standard. Again, the rate study we had was only on the water side. We didn't
Sorry,
adjust.
say that again.
The rates, the cost of service study was only a water cost of service study, was not on the wastewater. We maintained our wastewater volumetric equation as it has been.
Okay. And it looks like a 19% increase?
That's
across the
correct. On
board?
the base side, again, that goes to overall, our push to have a more higher base fee, it gives us a steadier revenue as we're pushing people to conserve water. There's a push and pull with that. As people conserve water, it does impact our revenue. And we want people to conserve water, but we need a steady revenue. And so we've shifted some of that over to the base fee.
Okay, and then 23, slide 23, it looks like that's the standard 5% across the board.
It is.
And what was that based on?
That was, again, based on the fact that we were increasing more. Right? The overall increase was 8%. A higher percentage of that was based on the base side than the volumetric side.
Okay. And then I do have a question on slide 30, which you did a very nice job explaining the employee turnover, which is kind of, wow, 16.3%. Would you say that's primarily based on retirements?
Primarily, we have had some leave in certain categories. One of our valley cities increased their electrician rate by $6 an hour, and I lost 2 electricians almost within a month after they increased their rates.
Do you feel that that number will be going down over the next 3 years?
I am encouraged that it will be. Again, as I mentioned, I'm very pleased that the city manager is doing a class and comp study, which will allow us to keep our rates in that competitive range. And then as we use those rates as well as our training programs, our operator apprentice program and our service worker trainee program, that they should bring in and up those numbers for us.
Okay, and then when we get this study, and if the study shows that there are certain people in your workforce, in your department, that should get raises so that they would meet the standard, the industry standard, is there enough money in these increases to give them those raises, or is that going to be pushed off for a year?
There's enough money in these increases for those raises.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Well, we also have Councilmember Durham and then Councilmember Graham wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Several of the slides, and I'm including number 20, refer to landscaping volume charges. What are those exactly, and how do you, and that's just part of the rate?
Oh, that's a landscaping, yes, I'm sorry. Residential use is for, that includes our landscaping meters that are put out purely for landscaping. So we have some that are labeled landscaping. That's merely what that is.
So it's a separate meter from the house meter?
Right, it would be a separate meter from the house meter.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Graham, then myself.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, Anna, Leah, and Brian, good presentation. And I guess a couple things I want to point out. You mentioned that it's an enterprise fund, so it's got to recover its costs and it's, kind of stand on its own. But I've always kind of had a little bit of an issue with that because a normal business has to go out and find and compete for customers, and there's no such choice for our enterprise users. Obviously, Scottsdale Water is an elite utility. It's the envy of other utilities, so we're very proud of that. And as a side note, you mentioned, Brian, the Bartlett Dam expansion. It's something that I think that I know I would support that, and I think that'd be a very far-seeing item to do. I guess my issue, I know we're not voting tonight on the rate increases. That comes, I believe, in May. Is that right? That's coming in May?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Yeah, I know we're not voting on the rate increases tonight. I suppose this is more of a disclosure or procedural vote. I think this year's, I think, stings a little bit after the $24 million 400% project overrun we voted on last week. But, I just don't think there'd be much pushback if we saw 1% to 3% up per year. But, we're seeing the 6, 8, 9%. And so our population isn't growing, and which we're often told about. And, residents see the already approved 10,000 plus apartments in the pipeline. And they just wonder if their fee increases are paying for more people to move here. So those are some general comments, and I appreciate your presentation tonight and all that you do. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I would just suggest that the increases reflect both short-term, immediate, and long-term needs, which is what we pay you to do, and your team is actually covering that very well. And then also point out that we are in competition with other cities, so we're bidding for, piping and personnel and all those aspects. And that's, generally speaking, means that the market is tested, and that's what the real costs are in our marketplace. Let's move on.
Yes,
to
sir.
The next chapter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Dave Bennett. I serve as the Solid Waste Services Director for the city, and I'm here to speak to the proposed solid waste rates and fees for fiscal year 24-25. This year, we worked with the Budget Office to conduct a rate analysis. 2 reasons for the rate analysis. It's been about 8 years since our last rate analysis. The number 2 reason, due to the planned transfer station expansion project, we will be incurring debt to fund this project. The company that performed the rate analysis for us is Burns & McDonnell. Listed below are cities that have enlisted them to perform similar rates and fees work. As you can imagine, the analysis identified the total cost to provide solid waste and recycling services to our customers. The analysis verified that those costs were being allocated to the correct customer classes, such as residential, commercial, and our roll-off program. Doing so ensures that our residential rate payers are not subsidizing any part of the commercial services program. And most importantly, design rates that protect the financial integrity of our operation. For our 84,000 plus single-family residential customers that receive weekly trash and recycling service, monthly brush and bulk collection, and a host of other services, we are proposing an increase of 8%, a 10% increase for our 1,100 plus commercial refuse customers, and a 10% increase for our on-demand roll-off program. A 22% increase for our commercial customers that utilize 90-gallon and 300-gallon containers for their recycling needs. And lastly, an 8.5% increase for our commercial recycling containers. This slide, it shows the revenue each program would generate from the proposed rate increase. This chart breaks down what is contributing to the $2.24 monthly residential rate increase. As you can see, fleet maintenance, personnel, and landfill costs account for 51% of the increase. A newcomer to this chart that is shown in the dark orange area is debt service, which accounts for 34% of the increase. This money will help pay for the transfer station expansion project. Also, since 85% of our overall tonnage that flows through this facility comes from our residential program, our residential ratepayers will fund 100% of the expansion costs. Mayor and Council, I believe most of you are aware of our plans to expand the transfer station. This project has already been approved through the CIP project process. The existing facility at the top, very top, you see a little square building there, was built in 1995 with the intention of future expansion, including construction of a second tipping floor tunnel during the original project. The timeline for this project, construction will start in January of 2025, and all work is scheduled to be completed in calendar year 2026. So let's talk about how this project will benefit our residential ratepayers. Expanding the transfer station from 3 bays to 6 bays will double the tipping floor space, which will ensure that our current and future tonnage demands will be met. The additional floor space will also allow us to separate green waste from our brush and bulk loads. By doing so, we will be able to divert this material from the landfill, which will help extend the life of the Salt River landfill. Included in the transfer station expansion is a green waste drop-off area. The goal here is to capture green waste from commercial landscapers servicing our residents and large HOAs. Based on the distances these companies currently travel to dispose of this material, we see a real opportunity where they could save time and money by bringing this material to our new site and pass on those cost savings to our residents. This will also have an impact on extending our landfill. Part of the expansion also includes a permanent household hazardous waste facility. Currently, we provide monthly household hazardous waste home collection. However, this service is limited to the first 250 customers that sign up at the beginning of each month. And we limit the quantity of material that each resident can place out for collection. Having a permanent facility will allow residents weekly access to properly dispose of their material, and they will also be able to bring in larger quantities of material. Another positive for a permanent facility is that approximately 25% of the material that is brought into these types of facilities can be reused or recycled. Lastly, with the expansion of the transfer station tipping floor and adding a green waste drop-off area, this will create 2 new revenue streams for us, which will help stabilize future residential rate increases. In regard to the commercial refuse costs, personnel, fleet, maintenance, and landfill costs account for the bulk of the rate increase, our normal frequent flyers there. For a customer that has a 4-yard container picked up once a week, the 10% increase would have them paying $11.87 more each month. For our commercial recycling customers that have a 4-yard recycling container picked up once a week, the 8.5 increase would have them paying $7.40 more each month. At present, our front-load recycling rates average 30% lower than our refuse rates. The rate analysis did address this gap in our out years. Projected commercial refuse and recycling rates will have recycling rates 10%, then refuse rates in fiscal year 29. When I presented this slide to council last year, recycling markets were somewhat volatile. As the graph shows, since then, markets have leveled out. Also, this graph represents the cost we were paying the city of Phoenix to process our recyclables, which had our base fee at $95.91. Some good news to report. Since October of last year, we are now bringing our recyclables to the Salt River Material Recovery Facility, and their base fee is $85.08. So we are inching closer to where we were at in January of 2022. At that time, we were receiving revenue for each ton of processed recyclables. And many different departments in the city have helped solid waste get to this point, those being our risk management department, the city attorney's office, and the city manager's office. But most of all, you, Mayor Ortega, and every one of our esteemed council members. Throughout these 3 years, each of you have supported solid waste to get the necessary resources needed to improve our overall safety record, which has had a big impact on us being able to retain employees and attract employees from neighboring cities. So thank you. With regards to comparing our rates to other valley cities, as with last year, we fall in the middle of the pack. However, the level of service and the number of services we provide to our residential customers far exceed most of our other cities on the list. As Mr. Biesmeyer has stated in the past and tonight, it's a challenge to deliver water to the northern areas of our city. I would like to add to his point, neither is getting a 26-ton garbage truck to these areas, so they pose significant cost challenges for us. So just to recap, this slide shows the proposed rate increases for each of our service programs. We're seeking an 8% increase for our residential services program, 10% increase for our commercial and roll-off programs, and the increases we are seeking for our commercial customers that choose to recycle. Just as before, this slide shows the revenue each program would generate from the proposed rate increase. And with that, Mayor and Council, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I see a question from Councilwoman Janik and then Councilwoman Caputi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dave. Good presentation. I'm having trouble understanding how a commercial client could have a reduction in their fees if they recycle. When I look at the slide that shows a fairly significant increase in the cost to the customer for the roll-off recycle card. I don't know if I have the right name and I can't find the right slide. I don't understand the math that's involved there.
Can you, let me just make sure I understand your question, Councilwoman Janik. Can you please restate it?
Sure.
What you're asking for the difference in the recycling cart fees?
Okay, so slide 36, I did find it. A 22.4% increase in a recycling cart. And that is for one of the commercial customers that has decided to recycle, correct?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that question. So those two rates that you're seeing, the 22.4% for the 90 and 300 gallon, are different than the commercial actual refuse rates, that discount. So those are predicated on our residential rate. So we utilize residential equipment to pick up those cans. Our residential rate, we kind of just broke in half, minused out the extra refuse day collection we have, and this is the rate. It's a very small increase. If you look at it, it's a $2 increase than what they're paying right now for the 90, and I believe it's $6 for the 300-gallon can.
Okay, so then overall, when they recycle, they will realize an overall rate decrease, an overall cost decrease.
Well, not compared to what we're charging to our overall rates right now. They are going to see an increase in the rates that they're paying this year, yes.
Okay, but it will be offset a bit by recycling?
No, not the cost of our recycling costs, the slide I think you're talking about, to where we market our recyclables. Let me get to it. Oops.
There was 36. I don't know if that's slide 36, solid waste proposed.
Yeah, this question here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so each one of these categories reflects an increase in their overall rate that they're paying right now.
Yeah, and I get that. So everything is going to go up a bit.
Yes.
But then I know we were working towards saying that if you recycle, then you won't need as big of a container. Therefore, overall, with the recycling, you're paying less than you would have if you didn't recycle.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Is that accurate?
Well, if you were doing pay-as-you-go, so in commercial, like what we did in our study in the downtown district.
Yeah.
What we did is and to fill you in, Mayor and Council, we did a pilot study in the downtown, and what we did is we placed out recycling, 4-yard recycling containers, and the goal was that we achieved is that we reduced the frequency of refuse collection there. So we minused a day of collection, and therefore, since our refuse rates are much higher than our recycling rates, those customers saw
Gotcha.
a savings.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caputi.
Thanks, Dave. I'm not sure why I don't know the answer to this question, but the conversation we had about plastic bags made me think of it. So our recycling programs, both residential and commercial, is there an opt-in and opt-out, or do we just automatically recycle no matter what?
With regards to residential, it is a city ordinance that we provide residential refuse collection. Recycling is voluntary. If they want to recycle, they can choose to do. They can do so. But if they don't recycle, we do add another container. They have to pay for that container and a nominal, I think it's like $11 or $12 to have that additional container. So it's voluntary. And as you know, our commercial services, we compete against the private. So that's total voluntary on their part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will move on. This is Michael Clack, and the subject is Planning and Development Services.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Clack. I'm a Chief Development Officer for this Planning Department, and I'm here to present to you our rates and fees for Planning and Development Services. So on the first slide you see there, we are targeting a couple of fees that we want to talk a little bit more about, and we're proposing an increase to the pre-application fee from $115 to $125. These pre-app meetings, as we call them, are intended for residents, developers, and businesses and property owners to meet with various city staff to discuss project plans. And these staff members encompass many different disciplines according to the project and the size of the project that is being done. There will also be some follow-up conversations with these pre-apps that take place, and the aim is to seek a better understanding and goals of a particular project to ensure that all parties understand their options and the rules that apply to those specific projects. Project size alone does not necessarily indicate the staff time that would be applied on an equal basis or an equal ratio for each project. Some projects are smaller, some projects are larger. It also depends on the expertise and the...
Why don't you get closer to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that. It would also depend on the expertise and the experience of the design professionals and the residents that are doing these projects. For example, a small project may require more staff consulting time because there may be homeowners that are coming in for these projects. This is their one time that they're making maybe an addition to their residence or their small business, and there may not, and so they don't do this on a regular basis or for a living, so they may need a little bit more hand-holding. While on a larger project, you've got a lot of design professionals, and sometimes they do this for a living, particularly if they do it in Scottsdale. They may have a lot of experience. We may not spend as much time with them, but it's on a case-by-case basis, and sometimes it's hard to predict how much staff time will be there, but that pre-app does help quite a bit as the project progresses along its path. So because of the increasing complexity of redevelopment, we are seeing a lot of redevelopment here recently. Those projects require a little bit more staff time because they do get quite complex because we're redeveloping mainly in the downtown area or the more congested areas, and so that takes a little bit more time. Next, you'll see up there we're talking about a new fee of $125 for rezoning projects that are less than 21 acres. Historically, we have imposed incremental fees for zoning of 21 acres and above, and due to an increasing complexity, again, of redevelopment projects, less than 20 acres, and the increased staff time that we spend on these rezoning, for less than 21 acres, we felt that it's time to impose a fee on those types of projects. The last one that's up on the slide there has to do with marshaling yards and storage yards. This is due to increasing projects requiring marshaling yards, and what these marshaling yards do is because of public safety and when they are in a more congested part of town, they build closer to the right-of-way. In some cases, they're right on the right-of-way, and the building code will require what we call pedestrian protection to help prevent any injury or diminish injury or damage to people that may be going by. So there will be, that may take up some part of the right-of-way. It may mean that we lose use of a sidewalk, for example, while construction is going on. Or it may mean that we have to close off a lane of traffic during construction. So we've got a charge for that. And as you can see, we're proposing on increasing those fees. Currently, the charge is for initially $1,000 plus 10 cents a square foot. And what's not up there that I want to emphasize is that 10 cents a square foot is based on the number of weeks a contractor feels like they have to shut that down while they build that particular project. So it could get quite expensive. That's somewhat by design because we are losing the use of that right-of-way by the citizens, and also it's to give them an incentive to properly figure out how long it's going to take them to build that project and get out of the right-of-way. If they exceed that, there is you can call it a penalty or whatever, but there's additional costs for that, and that's $2,000 plus 10 cents a square foot per week. And so as we move along, what we are proposing is $1,500 base fee and 25 cents a square foot per week. And then if they go beyond that time that they say they're going to do, then they will have to pay $2,500 and 25 cents a square foot per week. Moving on to the next slide. We have additional planning and development fees and rates adjustments. We're going to increase our remaining fees by approximately 5% to allow for higher cost recovery to property and timely address customer needs within planning and development services. We're also proposing an increase of about 5% for our wireless communications facilities to allow higher cost recovery and to be consistent with lease payments in the wireless industry. And finally, drainage and flood control capital projects. We're proposing to increase the stormwater fee on the city utility bills by $1 per month to be dedicated entirely to city drainage and flood control CIP projects. This next slide is a recap of what we just discussed tonight, our pre-application fees, and what the proposed revenue change is going to be for each of those programs of fees. We're anticipating an additional general revenue fund of $1.2 million for FY 24-25. And as far as additional CIP stormwater revenue, we're estimating $1.1 million for FY 24-25. And with that, I'm ready for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. We have Vice Mayor Whitehead.
Just quickly, Michael, I really like the fees, especially the late charges for the use of public right-of-ways. And I think that we're always trying to incentivize efficiency, and that will do it. So very good, because that is probably a top complaint we get when there's construction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Judy Doyle, the Community Services Assistant Executive Director, and I'm here to present the proposed fee changes for community services. First, the Adaptive Recreation Program. We would like to propose an update to our current formula from 50% recovery of the direct costs associated with our special interest programs to an up to 50% recovery of the direct costs associated with all adaptive recreation programs. For example, we've been charging a fee for our special interest, our social programs, like a 2-hour cooking class or a monthly dance. We have a $5 fee for residents and a $7 fee for non-residents. All of our other programming has been free. Our goal with our fee update is to establish consistency across all of the programs, especially with our Special Olympics sports, which currently has no fee. Special Olympics, for example, meets weekly for 8 to 12 weeks and requires a lot of staff time, involvement, and preparation, but do not recover any costs. Our free offerings see high rates, unfortunately, of no-shows, which is tough, especially when a lot of our programming does have a wait list. We hope that by establishing a fee for all programming, we would reduce that absenteeism. We'd also like to propose a change to the Scottsdale Stadium porter fee. We'd like to migrate from a fixed fee approach to a cost recovery formula. Going to a formula will allow us to stay current with market costs and provide for a 100% cost recovery of the Scottsdale Stadium contract costs for porter labor. Currently, per our fee schedule, it's $22 per hour per member if you want porter service for your event. However, through the Scottsdale Stadium contract, we are actually being charged $25 per staff member per hour, yet we can only pass on that $22 established fee. So again, going to a formula base will allow us to pass on the current market costs. We are also proposing a few Westworld rental fee changes. These changes were primarily driven by the South Hall. The South Hall has only been used as an ancillary event space due to it having a dirt floor. So to activate the space, we are actually going to be coming back with a capital project to make improvements to the South Hall. Those improvements will include converting that dirt floor to concrete. We're going to be adding electrical to the flooring and also adding restrooms. So with those new improvements, we're proposing a fee increase from $1,250 per day for commercial use to $3,000 per day. Also related to the South Hall, there is currently a $600 per day fee for the South Hall when you rent it with the Equidome. We're proposing eliminating that $600 fee. With those planned improvements to the South Hall, that $600 per day fee is too low when you compare it to the market and all that that space will now offer. Eliminating the fee will not have an impact to our revenue, as we've never had any interest in event producers using that South Hall with the Equidome for any event space. Additionally, due to market comparisons and demand for the North Hall, we're proposing a fee increase from $6,500 per day for commercial use to $7,000 per day. And then finally, increasing the fees for the North Hall and South Hall then triggers a fee change to the Tony Nelson Equestrian Center facility, or TNEC. Renting the TNEC includes the North Hall, the South Hall, the Equidome, and the paddock. It includes everything. So we are proposing an increase to this fee from $9,000 per day to $11,000 per day. And I will just note that when you rent the TNEC, you do achieve a $1,500 per day savings versus renting each of those spaces individually. This slide here just reflects the changes I mentioned to the adaptive recreation program and that stadium porter fee. Total revenue change of just over $4,000. And this table reflects those Westworld changes. Overall, the fee changes in community services would generate an additional $124,000 in the general fund and an estimated $45 in revenue in the stadium facility fund for that stadium porter fee. And that concludes those proposed changes for community services. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will move on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Jeff Walther, Police Chief. Happy to stand before you to talk about our rate requests or proposals. Have two, so we'll be very brief. The first is our off-duty rate for our police officers. If we haven't had a rate increase in the last 2 years, and this is specific to off-duty only. This is for those vendors and businesses that hire officers, police aides, sergeants, and lieutenants for off-duty work, security purposes, Fashion Square, to give you an example. And so those rate increases are being requested to really keep in line with the current market. If we look at our 12 closest competitors related to off-duty rates, we're sitting at number 10. And so you should have that information in your packet. The increase will put us at number 4, and really 3 if you remove the top outlier, which is we believe is well beyond market. The second is on our on-body camera fees. The state legislature last year approved the ability for us to charge increased rates for on-body camera footage. When you look at our on-body camera numbers, they've increased to the first 10 that we had, that we tested over a period of time. We have nearly 400 on-body cameras out and deployed in the field right now. And so typically what you're seeing is we're going to go from $20 per report. So if you had 10 officers on a particular call, it would, no matter how many on-body camera videos, so 10 videos, it would be $20. Our proposal is to increase that to $40 per video. What that's really going to do is that really pays for staff time and covers staff time. And it's a lot of staff time when you look at the technology in redacting on-body camera videos. And what it'll often do is reduce the frivolous number of on-body camera videos that were being requested by the thousands every month to those that are really specific to victims. And state legislature also has passed by statute that we don't charge victims of crimes for on-body camera footage. So those are the 2 rates that we're asking to increase, proposing to increase, and just breaks down the numbers for you to give you a greater idea of what we're looking at in terms of the actual dollar amount for that, for officers, sergeants, lieutenants, police aides, and then obviously we have, if we have off-duty on a particular holiday, there's that off-duty rate as well. And then the on-body camera video moving from 20 to 40, which will see about a revenue change, of an increased revenue change of about $10,000 annually. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you, Chief.
Good evening. My name is Luis Sante. I'm a Deputy City Attorney, and I'm pleased to be here before the City Council to talk about our request for the City Attorney's Office. And what we're requesting is a increase to the service enhancement fee. And what that is a fee that's imposed on criminal defendants and traffic violators. It's been the same since 2014, which was when it was originally established at $10. We're requesting an increase to $14, and that would be per citation, per criminal defendant, or civil traffic violator. So the only people that will be paying this fee are people that get in trouble. And what it does, it helps us pay for extra services. Like we have prosecutors on duty 365 days a year, 7 days a week, on holidays, on weekends to do jail court. That helps with public safety. It also makes sure that people are fairly processed through the system. The fee also pays for things like our diversion programs, probation, and stuff of that nature. And we anticipate it'll bring in at least $92,000 additional dollars. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Mary Ann Bayardi, the presiding judge of our city court, and I'm here to talk to you about some fee increases that we're requesting at the city court. The first thing I'd like to say is that the city court has not come to the council and sought increases in fees in a decade. And so while some of these numbers may seem large, it's because they haven't changed over all that time. Excuse me. The first is the court enhancement fee. It is assessed to exclusively enhance the technology, operational, and security capabilities of the court. Obviously, a lot of these have gone up dramatically over the course of the last 10 years. And also we have warrant fees. These are imposed on criminal cases where a defendant either does not appear in court as ordered or does not follow through with the orders of the court, usually sentencing orders. The next is the default fee, similar to the warrant fee, but different. Sorry, I guess I'm supposed to be activating this, aren't I? Sorry. Can somebody help me? Oh, good, it's your fault, not mine. Just kidding. There we go. Okay, so we have here the court enhancement fee, the warrant fee. Oops. The default fee is similar to the warrant fee, but it applies to civil cases. So typically traffic cases where people have gotten a ticket and they don't come to court to address their ticket. And then the contract administration fee, after somebody is sentenced and they negotiate a contract for payment if they can't pay in full. Also, if they've failed on their payment and they've come to court to get another payment plan, then we assess that again. What we are seeking is the court enhancement fee is currently $30. We're seeking an increase to $45, so an increase of $15. For the warrant fee from $65 to $100, a $35 increase. For the default fee from $65 to $75, and then the contract fee from $10 to $15 with an increase of $5. You'll see the largest of those is court enhancement. There are a lot of expenses that the court pays that come out of that, including all of our IT staff, all of our security staff, as well as the security items. And I can give you more details about that if you're interested. But that's what the court is seeking, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Judge. I will add a comment that, you know, because of COVID and actually the modernization that Judge Oklavage had instituted, we were able to stay ahead of the curve and then use more of these technology tools.
Absolutely,
you know,
and that's something that we're continuing to do with even more helpful technology, a new thing that we've brought online this year, Court Call, that really helps in remote appearances and being able to sign documents on the spot and what have you. So we continue to push that envelope that Judge Oklavage started.
Thank you. With that, we are concluded, but I would mention that there, excuse me, no, we're not. But I wanted to say that I have not heard any, do we have any public comment? Okay, so I'm opening public comment. There's been none on these rate increases. Therefore, I will close public comment. And that would conclude the section. Now, are there any other, we are not voting on anything at this, for item 16. It's for information, and it's part of the process as we move forward, both with our budgeting and projections forward. So with that, we are concluded with item number 16. Thank you, staff, one and all. We will now go to item number 17, which is the Comprehensive Financial Policies Annual Review and Adoption. And again, well, I'll just make note that I do not see any requests to speak. Therefore, I will open public comment and close public comment on item number 17. We'll move on with the presentation by City Treasurer Sonia Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Next slide. So the purpose of our financial policies is to formalize national best practices. It's also to provide guidance to city staff to ensure fiscal responsibility and integrity. And it also allows our bond rating agencies to assess the city's financial management practices. So financial policies are important in that regard. And we do an annual review and adoption with City Council. So this is what we're doing tonight. Next slide. For this year, the changes primarily are enhancing our capital project cost controls. We did some of that last year, and we have a little bit more that we're proposing this year. Other than that, the other changes are mostly housekeeping changes to incorporate current practices that have not been codified or prior council resolutions that weren't incorporated. So I'm not going to go through those. I'll just focus on the enhancing the capital project cost controls. And then thirdly, I wanted to remind council that council adopted a resolution in January to implement a new expenditure limitation review policy that has already been incorporated into our budget, so it's not part of the review tonight. Next slide. So the expenditure control capital project cost controls that we added this year and proposing for council adoption is under policy 3.02, where we are basically saying that capital projects will be monitored to ensure that no unnecessary budget authority exists due to inactivity or upon project completion. So basically, if a project is inactive and has been completed, we will remove the remaining budget authority that is no longer needed, so it doesn't just sit there or get used by another project. Also, before year end, any unspent funding for inactive or completed projects will revert back to the fund balance of the funding source. So like the budget authority, if there's any funding that is left when a project is completed, we will also move that back to the fund balance of the original funding source. Next slide. And then, if you remember last year, Council adopted a capital expenditure management policy that says that any project cost increases that exceed 10% or 1 million requires a specific presentation and discussion and explanation to Council. So we're adding to that policy to say that in unique circumstances, the city manager and budget director can and may require specific council discussion or presentation, even if the increase does not meet the policy threshold of 10% or 1 million. And this might apply to some of our smaller areas, like for example, airport. They may have a small project that doubles in size, like it increases by 100%, but it's not 10% or 1 million. And we may feel that that requires some explanation to council. So this gives us the policy that speaks to that. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Whitehead.
I just want to really thank you. The increase in financial security with the steps you've taken on our reserves, and now the increased transparency and the triggers that make sure that we all communicate sooner rather than later if there's an issue. Nobody's doing anything wrong, but sometimes issues happen. So this is great. I think this will save taxpayers money. And so with that, I want a motion to adopt item number 17, Comprehensive Financial Policies Annual Review and Adoption. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Mayor. Adopt resolution number 13031 relating to comprehensive financial policies as the formal guidelines for the City of Scottsdale FY 24-25 financial planning and management.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your second?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Could you go back to, I think it's slide 4, and it might be 3. All right, go back. One more, maybe? It was the slide where you talked about if you've appropriated a certain amount of money for a project. So let's say, for example, a construction project, and then they have excess funds. Does that go back to the construction or general fund, or do you understand my question?
Yes, Mayor, Council Member, it depends on the funding source. So if the funding source is bond money and there is no need for the bond money to be applied to another qualifying project, then we would use it to pay off the debt. So it won't go to the general fund. It'll go back to the bond debt service fund to pay down the debt. If the project is a transportation project that's funded by, say, the 0.1% arterial life cycle tax, and there's no need for that funding, then it'll go back to that arterial life cycle fund.
Okay, and if it was a project through the general fund and there's extra money, it would go back to the general fund?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do I have any requests to speak remotely? No? Okay, so please record your vote.
Yes.
Okay, we are unanimous. Thank you very much. We are concluded with the regular agenda items. At this point, we will return to public comment. Public comment is a second opportunity to provide input on a non-agendized item. I'm told there is no request to speak for the second opportunity in public comment. Therefore, I will close public comment. Item number 18 involves a receipt of citizens' petitions. We're told that there are 2 petitions, and we received those at the beginning of the meeting. One with regard to, and according to our charter, any citizen or group of citizens may petition the council, and certain actions can be taken as to direct action on a petition. The first one coming from a homeowner in Pleasant Run, chairman of the Architectural Review Committee. We heard that discussion, and at this point we have 3 options, and it appears that there's a request. It is of record, and we have it here at the dais. So the choices would be to direct the city manager to agendize, direct the city manager to investigate, or take no action. In this case, I would suggest that we take no action on a claim, or seems to be an impossible claim, but I have no problem if the city manager could respond or in some way to that. It appears to be a claim on the city for a certain amount of money, and therefore I don't know how we could handle that, so I would not be looking at agendizing that claim. So I would say no action at this point, and that could be clarified with a follow-up letter, perhaps by the city attorney or someone, but we can't.
Yep, second.
Thank you. That's the motion, and we're not specifically going to go further into discussion of the merits, and we have motion and second. Please record your vote.
Excuse me, Mayor.
The motion is to do nothing, let it sit.
I think we need clarification. We're not sure what, do
Okay.
we want 1, 2, or 3?
3, take no action.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the motion carries 6-1. Second motion pertained from a single petitioner with a request concerning the administration of a DR applications and on the SR zoning. Once again, we have three options. This is requesting a text amendment. It is, we're not scheduled to discuss the particular points of this case. Vice Mayor Whitehead?
Yeah, I'll motion to have the city manager review. Number 2, direct city manager to investigate the matter and prepare a written response to council.
I see a
second
second.
that.
I see a motion and a second. Please record your vote.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. That's unanimous. At this point, we have completed with the petition aspect of our agenda. We are moving on to item number 19, which is to agendize review of the recommendations of the Protect and Preserve Scottsdale Task Force and a future work study. Item 19 was added to the agenda on March 1st at the request of Councilmember Graham. The council has three options in making a decision, and so I would allow Councilmember Graham, again, not going into the particulars, but the merits of having a work study session on this subject. Well, he can explain why he brought it forward, I believe, and I'm only saying that a very limited way. It's not as to your concern, but you cannot go into the particulars of it, so I would allow...
Mayor, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you, hear you. Thank you.
All right. Well, sorry for being there with you tonight. I wish I could be. I have a son who's he's just got a respiratory thing. He's coming out of the hospital, so he'll be with us tonight. So he's totally fine, but it's just one of those things. So I wish I could be there with you, but I appreciate you, Mayor, giving me the opportunity to explain why I put this item on the agenda tonight. I asked for this item to be included in tonight's agenda because at our work study last week, it was clear listening to my colleagues that many questions remained about a new sales tax that will last a generation and collect over $1 billion. So I think residents...
Sir,
who
it's
will
not
most
about
likely
any
be-
particulars of it. It's just, I just want to clarify that there was some direction and consensus given by the council at that work study for additional information that is forthcoming, and that's the extent of that versus, a replay of the. So those there was direction for that, and that is my understanding, and I believe staff is bringing back. Remember that the presentation couldn't have all the file information on every single decision or data point. And so I don't want to go further into, with respect to your questions, there will be answers provided to you, just as they will be provided to all of us. And we're not talking about generational taxes and all that at this point. Our subject is just, we have three options. One is to agendize it. One is to direct city manager and the charter officer to investigate the matter and report back. And that's really, as my understanding of where we were when we left after 2 hours.
Well, Mayor, I could say a lot more, but I won't. So then the motion will be to take item 1, and that would be to move to agendize an item for a second work study on this sales tax.
Thank you. And we have Councilwoman Janik, and then Councilwoman Caputi, then Vice Mayor Whitehead. But I did hear a motion. Did you want a second?
Yes. I'll
Okay, so Councilwoman has seconded, but there again, I'll go with those in order. Councilwoman Janik, Councilwoman Caputi, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it appropriate at this time to make a counter motion for number 3 to take no action? Or do I need to wait until we clear the first
Second.
one?
I think it might be simpler just to vote up or down the motion that's there.
Okay.
I think that would be the easiest way, and then we could go on to another option. Councilwoman Caputi?
I have a question for staff. If we had a second work study, what does that mean in terms of pushing off the ability to move the rest of the schedule forward? What does it, I know we got a couple of comments from residents concerned that if we had another conversation on this, that it would mess up the schedule for everything else in terms of moving forward to putting it before the citizens for a vote. I guess my question is, what happens if we do have a work study? What does it delay or not delay? What's the downside?
You know, generally, the clerk could review schedule or calendar. I don't know that they're prepared to answer that per se.
I guess my question, does it interrupt the
or
ability for
whether
us
we're
to move
prepared to-
forward and put it on the ballot to have the residents vote on it?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Caputi. I think it just depends on how quickly it can get agendized. If it could get agendized later this month,
Okay, because
maybe not as big an issue.
I don't know what the downside would be to having more conversation, as long as it doesn't interrupt our ability to keep moving forward, but thank you for answering that.
Okay, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and then myself, and then we'll...
So I just want to remind my colleagues up here that this is not a new process. This is a process that the council has spent 15 months on, and I just want, and as everything that we do here in the city of Scottsdale, we have had phenomenal outreach to our residents, and we've had feedback upwards of 90% in support. But for those residents who don't know, our city treasurer has been meeting with us for hours each month to find out if we have any questions and to find out how we can design this in order to build consensus. So in government, we don't get exactly what we order. We build consensus by having 7 voices with 7 different life experiences to get to a tax that is incredibly low, a $3.71 tax cut per household per month in order to deliver more policemen, in order to deliver the equipment we need from our fire to save our preserve from wildfires, to protect all of us. And so I appreciate that in our work study session there were questions, but I have questions that came up that weren't addressed over the last 15 months. But I also appreciate, and I had asked Councilman Graham about this, if these questions, can our city treasurer provide these answers? And the answer was yes, and in fact you did do that. So thank you for answering the questions that we had in the work study session. This is 2 questions. It's an expenditure limit about local control for our use of our funding, and it's about this tax extension. We have one time to do it. We have a very, very tight schedule. I just can't believe that any of the answers that were already provided, we're going to get anything out of a work study session. And I would ask my colleagues for efficiency, for those who say they don't like bureaucracy. We have made this so transparent. Let's continue to be efficient as a city government and move forward. We are going to have a full-blown session, full-blown city council session where everybody can speak, everybody can ask questions, and we can make tweaks on, at that meeting. So there's no loss and opportunities to make changes. So I do encourage everybody to oppose an added meeting, an added burden to our staff. Thank you.
So I can explain my vote. I will vote no on the motion. It could be viewed because there is information forthcoming as requested. The second thing I'll point out, because we're going into a work study shortly, and only 5 people of the public are allowed to speak for a work study. When it's agendized, there could be 25 speakers. So the conclusions of whether it would delay needlessly and that more data is forthcoming already brings it to us here. And that is ideal, and stringing it out with a work study and a work study or a delay is not appropriate. I have Councilmember Graham wishing to speak, but I'm going to let Councilmember Durham speak because he has not spoken yet. And again, just explain your vote, and then we will finish with this. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it appropriate to make a motion to call the question or call the question?
Yeah, we could call the question, but,
Yes, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. So the question's been called so that we would take a vote on this. If you wish to take a vote and close continuous
Mayor.
discussion. Excuse me, am I correct?
I'm sorry, Sherry Scott from
Yes.
the Legal Department. If you've got somebody pending to speak and somebody calls the question, technically you should take a motion on that, calling
Yes,
of the question.
that's what I mean, call on the I'm going to
my
take a vote on the
apologies.
question that, this might go back and forth too long. So we have a call to question, which means if you vote yes, that would mean we proceed with the vote. Okay? So Councilmember Graham had called the question. I second that. So it's fully proper. And to vote on this, that means you're going to vote not on the motion, but the vote to vote, okay? Thank you. So please record your vote.
No.
Okay, so the motion to conclude discussion, call the question, passed 5-2. Now we will vote on the main motion, which came from Councilmember Graham to have some additional work study in the future. Yes or no on that motion. Please record your vote. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is defeated 4-3. Thank you. Finally, we are going to continue with the, next we have the work study. A work study is an opportunity to provide a less formal setting for the mayor and council to discuss specific topics with each other and the city staff and provide staff with an opportunity to receive direction from the council. We will, for time's sake, we are limited to 5 speakers of the public for a work study. And they would be limited to 3 minutes each or less. I have a request from 5 speakers to speak on the topics. Therefore, I will open public comment on these work study items as posted. The first one is from Thurman Johnson. The second is from Michelle Favis. Excuse me.
I don't want me to interrupt, but on item number 19, don't we need to vote to number 3, take no action? Because at this point, it could be 1 or 3. We only voted.
You are correct. Excuse me, I apologize. Well, we voted to down one of the motions, so
yes.
Thank you very much for that correction. So at this point, I move to take no action on the request, the requested motion. The motion was voted down already, so I think it's only an up or down, but I don't see why we could.
Mayor,
a motion to agendize was defeated.
That's correct. The motion to agendize it was defeated. If you want to bring it to a close, you could go ahead and take a motion for no action.
Okay.
I think the city clerk's point was you could also take a motion for number 2, your second option, which is to direct the city manager or a responsible charter officer to investigate the matter and prepare a written response.
Well, I don't think so, because we were already agendized for a motion in the affirmative from Councilmember Graham. that was defeated. So we don't have to now vote on whether we're going to redirect the manager or do nothing. The motion was not for 3 options, and the motion was for 1, and it no longer exists. Now, we are taking action on this whole subject, but I don't believe we should. We've already voted on the posted motion as recommended.
Mayor, you're correct. If the council takes no other motion, the effect of that is no action. So you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. So at this point, we will reopen the work study, and the work study purpose is to discuss less formally the topics which have been duly posted. And at this point, we also have the opportunity for 5 speakers to speak, limited to 5 speakers on a work study. And I will therefore open public comment. In doing such, I will call forward Thurman Johnson, and then Michelle Pabus and Austin Fairbanks in that order. Come forward, Thurman Johnson, and Michelle next, and you have 3 minutes. Thurman Johnson going once, going twice. Thank you. He's not here. And we're going on to Michelle Pabus, and then Austin Fairbanks. After Austin comes Linda Milhaven and Sasha Weller.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Michelle Pabus, Vice President of Government and Community Affairs for Honor Health. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight to speak briefly about the Scottsdale Ambulance Transportation Program, which you'll be getting an update on during the work study session. As you all know, Honor Health is the largest healthcare provider in Scottsdale, and for decades we have had the incredible opportunity to work with the Scottsdale Fire Department. And as you know, we all have the same goal, which is to improve the health and well-being of those we serve. Pre-hospital emergency care is a critical part of the out-of-hospital experience that many of our emergency room patients undergo. Ensuring the timely transfer of patients to the hospital is critical in saving lives and increasing outcomes. We have a history of innovative partnerships with Scottsdale Fire, and I think probably most of the citizenry doesn't understand just how closely the EMS and the hospital system works together to make sure that every minute counts. Things like helping to purchase transport monitors to actually submit cardiac data directly from the field to the hospital, and therefore being able to directly send the patient to the cath lab in order to reduce that door-to-balloon time. These are the type of relationships, partnerships, collaborations that happen, and why that pre-hospital care is just so critical. There's a lot of discussion in the fire and even in the hospital world about transports, both 911 and interfacility. I want to applaud Scottsdale Fire, Chief Shannon, and really his team for taking this opportunity to find the continued reliable service for the citizens of Scottsdale, and thus increasing the opportunities for incredible care. We appreciate the opportunity to continue to partner, fully support the city of Scottsdale moving forward with 911 ambulance service, and really appreciate the continued partnership with Scottsdale Fire. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will move on to Austin Fairbanks, then Linda Milhaven, and Sasha Weller.
Honorable Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Austin Fairbanks. I live at Scottsdale resident at 2938 North 61st Place, Scottsdale 85251. I had the privilege of speaking before the Council on its January 23rd meeting where I expressed concerns about the potential for the expenditure limitation issue, the financial policy, to become somewhat of a slippery slope into eventually raising that expenditure limitation without any real justification as far as I could see. During that meeting, I compared Scottsdale to Cave Creek and Fountain Hills, two of our neighboring municipalities, but as the Vice Mayor rightly pointed out to me during that meeting and after that meeting, there are differences in how each communities fund their municipal services, so I want to just set the record straight that I didn't intend to compare them in terms of what Scottsdale should do, but rather what other municipalities do is different than Scottsdale, and therefore we shouldn't necessarily just look on the screen and say, okay, Scottsdale has a low expenditure limitation compared to other municipalities. So with that out of the way, and having previously expressed my personal opposition to raising the expenditure limit, I wanted to focus today on some of the ballot language that you will consider potentially today and hear about from city staff. You'll see that city staff considers this understandable and clear wording, meeting statutory requirements, and reviewing other ballot language and other local ballot language and determining what language should be put before the voters. I would add that I think we should also have non-biased, neutral information put before the voters. So I think that's an important part of any ballot question that gets put forward. So my concern here today is about that neutrality of the language that you ultimately put before the voters if you decide to do so in the expenditure limitation. First is in the official title. I don't think we should be using the term state-imposed to refer to the expenditure limitation. I talked about this a little bit last time. It's a constitutionally mandated requirement that you have to follow as a city. You do have the opportunity to erase it if you want to, if the voters approve that as well. But I think the term imposed is universally negative connotations. So saying state-imposed just kind of isn't the best term in terms of neutrality. If you have to put in the term, I'd suggest we say constitutional expenditure limitation, but I think we don't need a term there at all. Second is for the yes or no statements. When you're seeing the presentation here later today, there's some options that the city staff is presenting. And I think it's important that the yes and no statement should be brief and answer simply what the yes or no would do, which would be allow them to exceed the expenditure limitation, and not say the following phrase. For the no side, as proposed, it would say, not permit the city to use previously budgeted funds to maintain existing and planned city services and programs, end quote. This language just seems to make an attempt to kind of sell or to encourage people to fund the city at a certain level over the fiscally restrained no position. I'd also say that the statement that is potentially factually inaccurate. If the citizens were to vote against the limitation being increased, the city would still be permitted to use funds to maintain city services and programs. So that's why I think it's potentially misleading or inaccurate to include that, and it's also not concise. So my point today wasn't to oppose the expenditure limitation as much as to suggest alternative language you can consider if you do put it on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Milhaven and Sasha Weller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Linda Milhaven. I live on Belgian Trail here in Scottsdale, and I'd like to speak to the agenda item on your work study about the permanent base adjustment to the state-imposed expenditure limit. Looking at the slide presentation you're going to get this evening, it looks at historical expenditures. And I think while interesting in the interest of transparency and accountability, it's most important that we look at the most recent years. In the fiscal year ending June 20th, our spending was $92 million below a limit. That spending was $417 million. The following year, in the year ending June 21, we were spending $100 million less than the limit at $423 million. And in the year ending 2022, it was $41 million. But if you recall, that was the year we made a $60 million payment to the police retirement system. A very important and necessary payment I'm glad we made, but fortunately we're not going to need to make payments that large in the future. In fact, in the following 2 years, they were significantly less. So if we added that back, since that was a one-time charge, there would have been a $100 million gap in that year. So while we look at historical performance, I think the question that we really need to answer tonight is, what has happened to eat up that $100,000 gap between our expenditures and our expenditure limit? Also, in the presentation, you will see a slide that shows that we are the lowest per capita we have the lowest per capita limits among the peer cities. Some might suggest that that in and of itself is justification for raising our expenditure limit. I would suggest that in Scottsdale we expect better and we do better, and that is not a good enough reason in and of itself. Instead, I would suggest that that slide is a great example of our historical financial discipline and prudence, and hope that tonight we can continue in that vein of transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sasha Weller.
Good evening, Mayor Ortega, members of council. I wanted to speak to you on both issues that are going to be talked about in the work study. First being the ambulance issue. This quite possibly will be the most important public safety decision that will come before this council, and probably the most important public safety decision that will come before any council over the next 2 decades. This is going to really bring our emergency services to the level that it needs to be. As the president of the Scottsdale Firefighters Association, I've known the entire history of the Scottsdale Fire Department, but our history prior to that as well. Scottsdale enjoyed from 1992 till 2005 our own ambulance business within our fire department. It was a seamless process. It was a seamless door-to-door service. It was the most necessary thing that we could possibly do for the public safety. The majority of our business is emergency medical services, and ensuring that door-to-door service and that continuity of care gives our patients the best possible survival rate that we can. For many different reasons, the CON processes, et cetera, that came about in 2005, that service had to be disconnected. We're now at a place where we can bring that service back to the citizens, and I strongly ask you that you consider it the worthy project this is as a public safety issue. There is no better care and no better service that your citizens and the visitors of the city will be provided than the Scottsdale firefighter, and we strongly urge you to support that. Secondly, I'd like to speak to you about the expenditure limit issue that's coming before you. We find ourselves in a place where we're not keeping pace with the expenditure needs. Our cap has not been raised since 2004. Respectfully to past Councilwoman Millhaven, who's a friend, disagree on this issue. I think when you look at hard comparison to make in the sense that any city services were better, we can't really compare those years. That said, the impact of not expenditure is hugely impactful to public safety. We're currently behind Mason, Chandler, Maricopa, King Creek, Tennessee, Good, Buckeye, per capita. We are behind Phoenix, Mesa, Chandler, Surprise, Peoria, Maricopa, Queen Creek, MP, Goodyear, Buckeye, and Avondale. This is still better than this. Need the resources they need to do their jobs every single day and continue to provide the best service possible to citizens and visitors of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, that concludes public testimony or regarding the study subjects. The first subject is Scottsdale Transportation Program. The second subject is a permanent base adjustment update. So on the Scottsdale Ambulance Transport Program, under the ambulance outside the parking lot earlier today. Really show.
Well, let's hope. I'd just like to thank you. I know you've been at it. So we're going to be concise for you. We certainly want to answer any questions you have about this exciting, as you just heard, to a service delivery model. That if I can really quickly introduce your Scottsdale team, include every division, starting with our treasurer's office and budget office, our fleet department, IT, facilities, literally every department is in this for almost 2 years. Coming up on March 29th, it'll be 2 years since we essentially got the initial go-ahead from you. You folks have endured many conversations with me and briefings. Previous council members endured those same briefings. Very specifically, though, I would like to introduce the talent that really has gotten us to this point, starting with kind of a hired gun, and that is Kathy Stedman from Kutak Rock Law Firm. I consider her kind of the modern-day Catherine the Great. She is known as the CON whisperer, if you will. She certainly knows what she's doing, and we were happy to have her. Dr. Casey Solom, who you will get a chance to hear from, he's our medical director for the city. Teresa Martin, my finance manager, and she manages essentially all fire department finances. Deputy Fire Chief Danny Abels, who's getting instructions right now, and Battalion Chief Brian Joseph. So you might ask yourself, why? Why are we here today? Well, as you just heard, we're really asking to go back to a service delivery model that was much better for the citizens and visitors of Scottsdale. Continuity of patient care is absolutely essential for outstanding clinical outcomes. And what we mean by that is we don't want to play a telephone game with patients. We want to make initial contact, and and I know you are all aware that we live in a fire-based EMS system, which means your fire department is the first responder. They touch those patients first, and we deliver those folks door to door to the hospital. As was mentioned in and around 2005, because the city did not possess a certificate of necessity, we contracted with private sector ambulance companies, and our current partner is an outstanding partner, but they are challenged by the business side of the ambulance business that includes both interfacility and 911, which requires them to put profits and revenue margins as the priority. Now, of course, they would say, patient care is absolutely their number one priority, but in our business, we have the luxury of focusing exclusively on patient outcomes and what is best for our citizens. The concept of gift clause has been a disputed and contemporary issue inside the public and private ambulance sector. Many of the governmental agencies that still use a private vendor are in essence gifting their services to the private sector by providing the fire-based EMS delivery system to them at nowhere near the recovery of costs that exists. And then finally, and most importantly, is would have greater reliability of those resources that were previously mentioned that existed. We have to have the certainty of an ambulance absolutely coming to a necessary household or business when needed. What is currently existing in the ambulance environment now are very long response times, and it's primarily due to staffing, but as I mentioned, the private sector must operate as lean as they can, and that impacts response times. And so we'd like to spend just a little bit of time giving you a quick update on where we're at. As many of you remember, March 29th of 2022, we made our initial application. Back and forth between the state and the city, our application was prepared and reviewed until August 29th of 2023, where the Bureau made its issuance findings letter and suggesting our proposed rates. That moved us into completion of what would be considered the substantive review, and then we were noticed for a hearing. That hearing took place. It was a single-day hearing. We were before Judge Tammy Eigener, I'm going to butcher her name, I'm so sorry, Eigener, and she recommended ultimately that the city be awarded the CON. During that hearing, we were supported not only by Maricopa, but many of Scottsdale's businesses, healthcare providers, and significant partners from within the city. We currently possess 4 ambulances. You saw the ambulance outside. That is one of the delivery systems that will be used to start phase 1. We have prepared all council actions necessary to essentially execute this program should we be awarded the CON. We have focused with our city stakeholders to be essentially right at the gates should council approve this on an upcoming agenda for funding and moving forward. That would of course only come if we are awarded the CON. And then certainly at that time, we would conclude the discussions with the insurers for negotiated rates and those sorts of things. I want to introduce Fire Chief or Deputy Fire Chief Danny Abels, who will discuss the operational plan of our ambulance service.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As Chief Shannon said, my name is Danny Abels, Deputy Chief of our EMS Division for Scottsdale Fire. I'm going to start out talking about first, and I'll get to what this map you're looking at, what it actually means. But first of all, I want to talk about our relationship with Maricopa Ambulance. So as we discuss this rollout of our ambulance locations throughout the city, we have partnered with Maricopa Ambulance through the whole process. We've been respective of their business model in the direction that we're going. It's been a collaborative effort for deciding where to place these ambulances with the interest of providing the best service capabilities to our citizens and to make sure that both parties are meeting our response times that would be required through Department of Health Services. They've been a great partner with us. Just for be on the record that they did testify, as Chief Shannon mentioned, when we were with the administrative law judge, they did testify on our behalf. They did not oppose, and they did support us receiving our CON. We both are going to be it's going to be a 3-year phase-in period, so we'll both collaboratively continue to reevaluate our response times and our station locations. But the current plan is a 3-year phase-out period over 3 years. So let me go back to this real quick. What that's showing is on our maps where the darker blue areas are, or the areas of higher call volume or calls for service. So as you can see, as expected, South Scottsdale is the busier part, the downtown area, and as you work your way up into the northern areas, the calls for service decrease. But we still have to get in those areas within our response times. So the first ambulance for we're going to phase it in. Phase 1 will be Fire Station 602. So we're going to put that down south, running out of the station at Miller and Indian School. Reason for that, high density, high population, a lot of stuff going, a lot of activity down south, a lot of growth, a lot of vertical new construction going up. Then from there, we're going to move put a ambulance at Fire Station 608, so that'll be at your 96 and Cactus area. And so that area, again, very busy area, a lot of activity going on, still a lot of growth, a lot of mixed use with the businesses and the residences in that area. And then as we move up north, we're going to put an ambulance up at Fire Station 15, which is Pima and Lone Mountain area. What that's going to do for us up there is it's going to be able to have quick access down Pima Road so they can get to multiple areas. It'll be able to handle the Terra Vita area, ambulances that will respond to Carefree Highway, east of Scottsdale Road. And what it'll also do for us is the ability to get over to Station 14 over at Alma School and Dynamite, and still be able to meet our response time. So in phase 1, those are those 3 areas, 3 stations, locations that will infill in. So then in phase 2, as we continue to build this out, this is where we get into phase 2 and phase 3, where we start having a little bit of overlap and some redundancy and starting to fill in the gaps a little bit. So phase 2, again, starting down south, and when we sat with Maricopa, and I forgot to mention that we did kind of we broke the city down into south, central, and northern, and so each phase we will put an ambulance in those areas. So we've identified South Scottsdale as being Indian Bend south down to the McKellips, Indian Bend north to Bell Road would be central, and then Bell Road up to basically Cave Creek. And then I want to go back to, because I did mention the important thing, that ambulance up at Station 15, what we have up there is a great opportunity for, or not opportunity, but the process that we have with our automatic aid system and the ability to work with, so we have Daisy Mountain that provides service to Cave Creek, and you got Rural Metro that provides service to Carefree. And so we will have dispatch agreements in place for ambulance backup services as long as what our modern day, we're part of the regional dispatch system, so we already have a auto aid in place with Daisy Mountain. We have mutual aid in place with rural metro, so you'll get some redundancy up in those sparser areas. Going back to phase 2, again, starting with the south part, we're going to put an ambulance at Fire Station 601, which is about Miller and McDowell. Again, for the same reasons: high density, high population, a lot of activity, a lot of growth, a lot of stuff going on in the south part of the city. Then we get up and put the in Fire Station 606. We'll put another ambulance there. That's over about 108th Street in Via Linda. And what that'll do, again, it'll help support and infill and be able to support that area of the Shea Corridor. A lot of activity going on in there that covers Station 5 and 4 and 8 and 7. And so that's another ambulance in that area that can respond and take care of a lot of the calls for service that are towards more of the Fountain Hills and the far east area on Shea, and also be available for all the mountain rescues and stuff that happen in that area. And then Station 11, which is in the central part as well, at Thompson Peak and Pima Road. So we'll be putting an ambulance in that to support that area as well. Then as we move into phase 3, we're going to put another secondary ambulance out of Station 602 at Indian School in Miller. For all the same reasons. I don't want to keep being repetitive, but I think you get the idea of the impact and the populace and the density down in the south part of the city. But then we're going to go ahead and put another one at Station 603, located at Indian Bend and Hayden. Again, mixed use, a lot of residential, very high call volume for service in that area. But they have Hayden Road, easy access, so they can get up down Hayden Road, north and south, pretty quick. And then Fire Station 14, lastly but not least, in phase 3 in the northern part, over at Ahmed School and Dynamite, and take into account that that's 3 years, so we're anticipating the call volume in that area, new homes, new businesses in that area. You're going to have growth. You're going to have the needs for service. Having an ambulance at that station will also help support the ambulance that's over at Station 15 that I mentioned on Pima Road in Dixoletta. So, if they're out on a call or they're unavailable, then we have that extra overlap and that redundancy in that area. So that's basically the layout of our operations plan. We're going to continue to continue to work through this process, rely on data and rely on look at our response times. Nothing's more important than meeting our response times and providing that service to the citizens. So we'll continue through all these phases, is to continue to reevaluate, look at our response times, work with Maricopa, make adjustments as necessary as we move in, or as we continue to move with this project. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Questions, Mayor? Okay.
Were you going to continue now with
We are.
the presentation?
We are.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
we'll let the chief continue with the rest of it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chief.
All right. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm going to provide a little context and financial overview for you related to the ambulance operation and public safety need here. Looking at the slide here, we're looking at 2 comparable cities to the city of Scottsdale, for a total of 3 cities up there. Looking at the town of Gilbert as well as the city of Tempe just south of us. One of the things to make mention is really your revenue is based upon your payer mix. And what your payer mix means is more or less the ability of your different buckets related to commercial insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, auto policies, people who don't have insurance and all are just self-pay. And so that mixture defines kind of what your total collections will be if you look at it in a holistic aspect. So that said, there's a different perspective of all 3 of these cities here, but there are a lot of similarities in the operation, so we wanted to make sure that we provided some context for you. So utilizing the James Vincent Group, which is a Scottsdale-based financial service, they did a third-party analysis of the payer mix for us. That's their expertise. They handle ARCRs, which are the Ambulance Cost Revenue Report, for a number of municipal agencies in the state. and they report those figures to the state for their mandatory annual reporting requirements. With those two studies that we did with the James Vincent Group, we came up with very comparable numbers. We did a first study in 2021, and then a follow-up study after COVID had kind of slid towards the end of 2022. And what we ultimately settled on as far as their analysis was a basis of about 46.7% of the patients we run will have Medicare as their primary insurance. The additional 16.3%, which will have the state Medicaid or access program, which you're probably familiar with. And then the remaining would be either commercial policy or self-pay. It's very difficult for them to get to the granularity of zip code and different areas within the city to identify which might create a better payer mix based upon whatever the interest may be. That said, there are some common themes that are generally seen in the socioeconomic diversity of the city. That said, we'll see a lot more of, most likely, the Medicare and Medicaid patients in the southern ends of the city, where a lot of the commercial insurance will be up north, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're exclusive, and there is quite a bit of mix throughout the city. We just don't have the ability to pinpoint that for you this evening. That said, when you compare to this town, the city of Tempe or Gilbert, Tempe specifically, you'll see that their Medicare rates are significantly less. They have a much larger access or state Medicaid population there, as well as a higher rate of commercial policies and self-pay. And this will directly identify itself with the anticipated revenues, bad debts, and settlements, which I'll get into in just a moment.
I want to just clarify something, that the columns are headed by font that's white on white in this slide, so it's difficult for people to see. Just for clarification, the first column is Scottsdale, the middle is Tempe, and the far one is Gilbert. It may not be visible on cable, but and we will use red next time, and we'll know for sure it came from the fire department. Okay, continue. I just wanted to clarify that.
Most certainly, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
It prints white on white too, so it's not very visible.
Nope, completely understand that.
Thank you.
Appreciate
The middle,
you pointing that out.
if you're referring to the first one, that first column is Scottsdale, second middle is Tempe, and the far one's Gilbert.
Yes, sir. Looking at the town of Gilbert, which would be the third column, we're looking at a rate of Medicare at about 54%, 16% of access or state Medicaid, 25% commercial policies, and the remaining being self-pay. Now, what that pans into in a reality, looking at those two cities, they're looking anywhere from about a 67 to a 68% average cost of collections over the last 12 months is what they've been realizing. And some of that is based upon the state regulated rates of access, some of that is on the federal regulated rates of Medicare, and the remaining is on the policy limits of each individual policy that that person may have through their employer or something that they purchased through the marketplace. How that translates to Scottsdale is that we do a best guess. And when we provided these financial estimates with the budget office, with the finance, and all of the other divisions that helped us put this together, we really took a pessimistic approach to financial recovery because we felt that that provided the greatest transparency for you if we could provide you what we believe is probably the worst case scenario. That said, James Vincent Group estimated our recovery somewhere between 63 and 70%. And as you can see, that's relatively on par with what we're seeing in the other agencies that we're comparing that. Where you do see a difference there, however, is in the third row, which is going to be your settlements and bad debt. James Vincent, in their initial analysis, prior COVID numbers, provided about an 8.8 to 8.9% bad debt ratio. That said, on that secondary analysis that we had them do, that bad debt ratio increased to 13% for a variety of reasons, as we could probably gather. That said, taking this pessimistic approach, a lot of that debt we would probably anticipate real world to be a lot less. We would anticipate that bad debt ratio probably to be better in line with the town of Gilbert at roughly about 9%. Looking at these comparing operations, as Chief Abels mentioned, we're going to have 3 phase-in periods, not necessarily a calendar date, but more or less based upon supply chain and our ability to staff, get resources, and all the disposable and tangible supplies needed for the operation. So in our first year, we're looking to have 3 24-hour units up 365 days a year, providing service to the citizens of Scottsdale for when those calls of service come in, with 1 additional spare unit if there's a mechanical breakdown or anything that's needed. Looking at our full build-out, we're looking at 9 24-hour units that are running with 3 additional spares. As you saw in the prior slide, we look at about 29,000 and some change medical dispatches a year. That means that a citizen or visitor, somebody that's within our city boundary, is called 911 and is having some type of medical emergency. The Scottsdale Fire Department responds to that emergency as quickly as possible within safety limits. And that said, we'll transport 18,000 people annually out of the city. That's currently being all done by Maricopa Ambulance. To the fire chiefs, we see this as a public safety necessity, and we are the safety net when it comes to making sure that everything within the city is taken care of from a fire and EMS perspective. And that said, over the course of that 3-phase approach, we're looking to take over that total transport. But during that build-in period, we're looking at that partnership that Chief Abels was talking about with Maricopa and being able to appropriately help each other meet our response times in all areas of the city. That's tied to that. Chief, if you could go back 1 slide for me. Looking at the other 2 cities in comparison, they're running 6 ambulances 24 hours. And so that being said, their call volume is significantly less. So when we look at revenue that's developed from there, when we look at debt, when we look at payer mixes, need to also remember the scale of the operation that they are running. Tempe's running about 11,000 transports a year compared to what we're currently seeing with our partner at Maricopa at 18,000, just to provide a little bit of perspective for you in context. Looking at our overhead staff, just our baseline overhead staff to provide you a apples-to-apples comparison, we're looking at 1 transport manager to be a civilian position to manage the ambulance operation, with a billing scrubber to make sure that all of the paperwork that's going to be needed in order to bill all of the payers is done appropriately before we forward that off to the company that would actually take care of the billing for us. A quality analyst to make sure that the care that we're providing is on par with protocols, and Dr. Solon will talk about that later on, and additional administrative support to support that operation. There are a number of additional personnel positions that will be needed for an ambulance operation, and we'll get to that in future slides. That said, looking at the last section related to the billing company, we had an amazing collaborative process with city budget, city finance, and had a couple of presentations done by some vendors looking at a regional partner that has made contracts with other Valley agencies, which is called EMS-MC. They're based out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The revenue recovery that they look for is, the way that they make their money is basically a % of net collections. So when a payment is received from a payer, they will take their 3.95% cut, as you can see based there on the screen. As you can also see, all of the other 2 cities that we've identified and the other 2 columns are also with those. And we've been able to work with the purchasing department as well too, to make sure that we're in accordance with all of the purchasing guidelines tied to that. But this was a great process to go through. Chief, if you could advance the slide. Thank you. Probably the most relevant to you this evening, I know that money is an important thing when we're looking at starting a venture. That said, the phase and approach is in the first row. To the mayor's point, we apologize for the white font. So the first column down will be phase 1, the middle column will be phase 2, and the column on the right will be phase 3, which would be identified more or less as year 3. Looking at our first row, it basically recaps all the things that we talked about as far as units. Our initial transports for year 1, we're looking at 6,000, followed by 12,000 for year 2, and roughly 18,000 for year 3. This doesn't account for growth. There, of course, will probably be additional call volume that's tied to that and transport. It ebbs and flows as things change on the daily basis. Looking at gross revenue, we're looking at approximately $8.2 million for year 1. Correction, phase 1, 5.6 for phase 2, and 8.4 for phase 3. Looking at our bad debt or our settlements ability, our ability to have to write off because of Medicare contractual obligations or state Medicaid obligations, the amount that we cannot collect on. We're looking at approximately $1.6 million on those for the first phase, 5.6 on the second phase, and 8.4 on the third. The bad debt, which would be the third row below that, we're looking at $0.73 million, so it's a little over $700,000. And what that bad debt symbolizes is all of the amount that we cannot collect from patients who have policies that we potentially can go after for a balance bill or the patients who are self-pay and choose to pay only a partial amount or choose not to pay an amount at all. There's a number of different opportunities there that we can look at.
Excuse me, Chief. Once again, I'm just trying to clarify for people. There's a tendency to put a dash in front of a sum. Some people read that as a minus. It's not a minus. You guys have to stop doing that. Put a diamond or something else. And so those are all positives except where they're in parentheses. Now there you double confuse it because you put a minus and a parentheses. So we see it in the column. We have to translate it, and this will show, for instance, net revenue is not a dash point, it's a positive 4 point, and that's the anticipated revenue stream. Thank you. Just a small thing, but it's very important, and please in the future show that without a minus when there's a positive.
Absolutely, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, sir.
You could certainly do that, and I apologize. This was done by me, the fireman. So that said, we will work on that for the future. But to the point where we were going on the bad debt, we're looking at approximately $730,000 on the first phase, 1.5 million on the second, and 2.3 on the third phase, which brings your net revenues in all three of those phases, 4.9 million for phase one, 10.1 million for phase two, and 14.9 million for phase three. Looking at the next row below that, which would be the operating expenses. So this is everything that would be needed to operate the ambulance operation for the city of Scottsdale. This excludes one-time funds, which we'll address in the next slide for you. That being said, 5.7 million for the first phase, 10.5 million for the second phase, and 15.1 million for the third phase. To the last point on here, looking at our net income or loss, as you can see, and you pointed out, we are operating at a loss for all three of these phases here. We're looking at just shy of $1 million loss for the first phase, $500,000 for the second phase loss, and $250,000 for the loss of the third phase.
Thank you. I see we're going to move on to the one-time expenses. We have questions at the end, so we're going to keep to the format for questions at the end of your presentation. Chief?
Okay, go ahead, Brian, just move along.
So looking at our one-time expenses, we've broken them out into three phases to just be consistent with everything else. Looking at first phase, we're looking at approximately 4.4 million, and that was based upon the 5 different categories in there. So 1.6 million is part of the ambulances that you guys saw this afternoon out in the parking lot, with additional staff vehicles at 200,000, equipment that would be needed to run the operation, and the personnel that would be tied to that, as far as the hiring and everything, just shy of $500,000 on that one for phase one. Overtime tied to the hiring, as these will be sworn members of the Scottsdale Fire Department. Phase two, 3.5 million, and phase three, 3.6 million, all very similar categories. The only noticeable change you'll see in year 2 versus year 3 is no vehicle expense in year 3 is anticipated. All of the expenses that we've prepared for you tonight include the replacement cost ongoing on that yearly basis.
So you're going to hear, Mayor and Council, from our medical director. Obviously, with any startup, there's a build-out, and we expect certainly positive revenues and full cost recovery in the out years. This has been briefed with you over the years. Nothing really has changed since we spoke to you last about the forecasting of the James Vincent Group, so we still feel very good about those forecasts. We'll get to specific questions about finance at the end, but now Dr. Solom.
Mr. Hello, test. We'll switch. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as the chief indicated, my name is Casey Solom. I'm an emergency physician and the current medical director of the city of Scottsdale and the Scottsdale Fire Department. I want to talk tonight a bit about the role of a medical director and the value that it adds to the citizens of Scottsdale. The first question that you may be asking is, why do we need a medical director? And it's very simple, most elemental level. All paramedics in the state of Arizona who provide any medical care must do so under the direction of a licensed physician, in this case, an emergency physician. But the real purpose and the mission behind the medical direction goes much deeper, and it really is much more core to public safety. And ultimately, it is to protect the public. To protect the public by ensuring that the care that's provided by the EMS system, in this case the fire department, is the very highest quality that it can be. In order to break down a bit about how a medical director or a medical direction team moves towards achieving that goal, I'll really split into 3 separate categories. The first category being the direct oversight of the medical care that's provided. The second category being serving as a liaison to regional partners and hospital partners. And the third category being serving as a medical advisor to city leadership. The largest of these roles, at least in its current iteration, is in the oversight of the care that's provided. And that can be subdivided now into 3 separate categories. The first being prospective, the second being concurrent, and the third being retrospective. So when we talk about prospective medical direction, that includes things like ensuring that paramedics are as trained and educated as they need to be in order to provide the care that's being asked of them. Additionally, that is ensuring that the equipment, the medications, all the technology that's employed in the delivery of that care is up to date and meets all the standards that the citizens have come to count upon. And then lastly is in development and updating of our treatment guidelines. So a little bit of background, when paramedics arrive on scene to treat a patient, they don't have, I should say that there is a somewhat prescribed set of standards that they're supposed to follow when they treat that patient. So standing orders, if you will. So an example being, if you were to arrive on scene of a chest pain patient, the paramedic would do a 12-lead EKG to take a look at the cardiac activity, put the patient on the cardiac monitor, place the patient on oxygen, give IV fluids if necessary, treat with aspirin, those types of things. In order for them to do that, that needs to be part of a set of treatment guidelines or protocols that are developed by the medical director. We have a list that's probably 300 pages long that goes through all those protocols. So that needs to be updated on an annual basis, and that ultimately is the role of the medical director. When we talk about concurrent oversight, that includes things like ride-along time. Now, of course, we run, as Chief Joseph indicated, roughly 30,000 EMS calls in a year. So there's no way that a single physician or a team of physicians would be able to oversee all that care. But in order to make sure that the care that's being provided is the best that it can be, having a robust program for riding along and directly overviewing the care that's being provided gives an opportunity for the medical director to ensure that they're meeting those standards that have been pre-prescribed in that prospective case that I indicated before. And then finally, from a retrospective perspective, that's an interesting way to say that, you've got things like quality assurance or quality improvement programs. Quality assurance being a retrospective review of charts of care that's already been provided. And in the process of having a team that's led by the medical director that does that chart review, we're able to identify if there's any deficiencies or any training opportunities that may exist. And then the quality improvement portion of that is to then develop training and education and changes to protocols and guidelines in order to ensure that we can elevate the care that's being provided up to the level that's expected. Moving from the direct medical oversight into the liaison role, the medical director serves as a liaison with both regional, state, and actually in some cases, national interested partners. So there are a fair number of regional committees that exist within the Phoenix metropolitan area, and in there are collaborations with medical directors and with other EMS agencies to ensure that we're all on the same page and that the care that's being provided by each of our agencies is somewhat contiguous when we cross state or municipal guideline or municipal borders. And in addition, to make sure that it's, of course, meeting the standard of care and meeting the regional best practices. Additionally, that liaison role includes relationships with the hospital systems. So specifically with Honor Health being the largest healthcare provider in the city, we pretty regularly coordinate disaster planning drills and different trainings in order to ensure that when there are disasters that arrive, what we're doing as an EMS department is in alignment with what the hospital would expect. And to ultimately kind of give the purpose behind why you're hearing this, it's that you'll see that in this proposal for the ambulance project, there would be a emboldening or an emphasis placed on medical direction that would allow for more time and more resources to be dedicated to medical direction, which would in turn go back to fulfilling that purpose of ensuring public safety and protecting the public by ensuring that the quality of care is the best that it can be. And the last piece that I want to leave you with is that, as Michelle Pabis mentioned earlier, there is a strong relationship between the City of Scottsdale, including our fire department, and our hospital partners in Honor Health, and that will continue, and we already have many ideas about how we can expand the connection that we can provide to the patients through both the City of Scottsdale and through the hospital system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Last thing I'll say about that is that Scottsdale is not unique in that we have a medical director. Every agency has to have a medical director. What makes Scottsdale unique is the involvement and the integration of that direct oversight that the doc mentioned, and that immediately transfers into better patient outcomes. 2 slides. We're bringing it home for you, and then we'll answer questions. So the next slide shows you what phase 1 would look like in terms of personnel. We've got to build the business, essentially. And so our first round of firefighters, that will be the attendants, 1 basic EMT, 1 advanced EMT or paramedic, as well as the supervisory, logistics, and financial backbone that's required in order to successfully establish this first phase. We are obligated to demonstrate to the state through annual reporting the effectiveness of our staffing versus our business model. That's what Brian was referring to when we were showing those initial year investments and projected losses or gains. And so we have stripped this down to what's absolutely required for the startup of a business, but it is the infrastructure that would be necessary. And then finally, the next steps that we see, and we want to listen to you now, is we will continue to coordinate with our regional partners to be prepared to execute this program if awarded the CON. Our current estimate is that we would entertain an August academy for the firefighter positions that would ultimately end up on the ambulance. We do have prepared trainers to help us with getting ourselves back into the transportation business. Our folks have not driven ambulances for some time, so we want to make sure they drive very large vehicles, but we want to make sure they can drive slightly smaller but every bit as important vehicles, and so that's super important. And then the logistics support, we're working with city staff, city manager, the treasurer to make sure that we have the logistical support to be ready. One little tidbit of information in cost recovery. There's a nuanced program called GEMT that essentially is a way for particularly governmental agencies to maximize the recovery that they would otherwise lose in the Medicare and Medicaid environments. Several states, both R&D, have entertained this method, and we are going to be learning more about that. And so not only am I optimistic about the forecasting that Brian has suggested to you, but I'm confident that if we do adopt this ground emergency medical transport policy of cost recovery, it will ensure that we are cost neutral at worst and certainly can do better than that and recover some of our capital investment. So with that, you've been very patient and listen. I would be remiss if I didn't say how proud I am of the staff that you just heard from. I am a talent scout. I know nothing about anything of what they've just talked about. They are the experts, but they put me in front of you to ensure that the talent is here to do this. As Captain Weller mentioned in his comments, the citizens enjoyed door-to-door service with continuous quality care back in the day. It seems like we have taken a long time to get back to today. So with that, we'll answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Chief, and not just questions, but comments as well. I believe your presentation was very complete. First of all, the case was made to the Arizona Department of Health Services. We are well on our way to we had an administrative clearance and expect that shortly. Secondly, you showed the game plan of operations, and that was thoroughly vetted. And as you've prepared, I will mention, the council last year directed this action that we're reviewing today. And the council, with one new member, which is Graham, has proceeded with the direction in a positive way. So credit the past council and ourselves for bringing us to this point. Ensuring public safety and that we have all the tools is a priority, just as the safety and well-being of our visitors and certainly our residents here in Scottsdale. And that applies, when you say door to door, it applies from even the classroom door. If a child has to come under our care, and the other door is really the hospital door where the emergency room is. Right now, there's that break in between, and that chain of custody or chain of care is enhanced by the action of having everything under one roof. So having a third-party ambulance operation had worked in the past. The other important point is this transition so that we can actually overlap and assure that phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 are very well thought out. And that doubly assures the health and well-being in our city. As we move forward with this, I am very confident we have vetted the numbers over a period of months, and of course we authorized the purchase of the ambulances in our previous budget, anticipating that we will be enhancing and including new services to meet the needs of our community. This is also an additional cost, but with some return and payments that have been calculated in the formula. There's no question that the training will be done with the new training facility that we have for police and fire, and that's augmented and in preparation. And finally, I will say, because I've been on Indian school long enough coming to the City Hall, and when I see the alarm go off and I see a ladder truck coming out of our station, and inevitably when I'm on Hayden, I'll see an ambulance whipping around the Kentucky Fried Chicken, because that's where they park, behind in that location, and they're coming in two different directions, and we can now unify and go in one direction, because of course we have all of the controls to make sure those lights are green. And in particular, Indian School and Hayden is kind of a semi-hazardous location. And when you have one coming off as I say, around Circle K and heading through that traffic, or cutting across the decel lane near Circle K, it's really a problem. And so having them under one roof, we have the space for it, having them under generally one command is an excellent addition to Scottsdale. I see council, so I'm definitely very supportive of the information that we've received, and Councilmember Graham, then we have Councilmember Durham and Councilwoman Caputi.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? Am I?
Yeah, yes, but sometimes your volume is maybe too high on your end, perhaps. So we hear you. Sometimes it's blasted a little too loud. So you might turn it down a little here.
Well, I mean,
and that's good. I mean, you can test, but that sounds.
Yeah,
that's good.
I mean, audio is just
a little higher. Okay.
Maybe I'm just.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm not.
Maybe your distance.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'll try to modulate my volume here. Chief Shannon, thank you for your presentation, and the rest of your associates for presenting to us tonight. Just a series of questions here. Slide 8, does the operating expense, does that include all like the Is that comprehensive? Does that include like incremental storage and parking space and depreciation and costs for medical billing? Do you feel like you've captured everything in there?
Mayor, members of the council. Yes, Councilmember Graham, the operating costs that we have included have been vetted through our partners at the budget office and certainly in Brian's work with the James Vincent Group. And with the exception of the capital investment that he isolated out, it includes all considerations that we have that we're aware of. We will continue to work with the Treasurer's Office for any indirect costs that might be associated with this. Recently, we had a conversation with the city attorney regarding potential legal indirect costs. And so there's things that we'll continue to participate in as we develop what's called the first reporting of the ARCR. And so absolutely, we believe that the costs that we've considered are comprehensive.
Okay, these are really short questions, so, because I want to leave space for only time for my colleagues. Yeah, I was just curious if that included direct and indirect, so. The financially, what we care about financially, we care about, obviously we care about service quality, but financially, we care about the net cash activity for the program compared to what we're paying today. So, in very simple terms, do you know, is the net cash activity for this more or less than what we're paying for a third-party service now?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Graham. So the current provider has a contractual relationship with us now that provides for a ride-in fee. That in no way can be equated to cost recovery for actual services rendered. And so the investment loss that you see in phase 1, 2, and 3, I am very optimistic in years 4, 5, and 6 are going to turn to a neutral and then a positive net cash flow, just as any business you would expect as you phase it in. But to specifically address your question, there are revenue sources now that our contract enjoys that will be replaced with the revenue acquisition that we achieve by conducting that business. Hopefully that answered your question. If not, I can get Brian to be specific.
It was really just a yes or no question, I guess, it was really just a yes or no of whether or not how much we're paying now is more or less than the net. Is the net cash activity from this program over the long term, 10, 15 years, less?
Councilmember Graham, it will be substantially more revenue coming to the city in those out years.
Okay.
We currently pay Maricopa nothing. They pay us.
Okay, I'll send like an email with sort of the specific question. For capital projects like this, organizations usually calculate like an investment return, and even if that return is negative, you just kind of like to know how negative it is. And so have you guys, has any sort of capital budgeting analysis to determine when we'll recover cost? Or I guess my question is, have you done a capital budgeting analysis so that we can know if this will require resources from other places in city, or if this will cover its own costs? And I think you answered that a little bit. You said you believe it's going to be cost neutral.
Mayor, members of the council, in the out years, I believe it will be cost neutral and bring in additional revenues. In the early phasing years, this will be a loss leader and will require additional investment.
Okay. How long do the trucks last?
They're on a 10-year vehicle replacement program. That's a plus or minus. We do utilize fleet's rotation system, and we're in constant discussions with them as to how best to maintain fleet.
How much do they cost? What's the upfront cost, or sticker price?
The units that we purchased are $400,000 per unit. Yeah. You may recall that's what a fire engine used to cost about 20 years ago, but as is everything, price a pickup truck these days.
So if they last 10 years, and how many, I guess my question was, how many do you think you'll need to buy every decade?
Councilmember Graham, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear.
Oh, how many ambulances do you think you'll need to buy every decade?
Every decade. You know, we're going to phase this program in over probably 5 years, optimistically, if given supply chain and positive operational management. And so I would say we would see probably not until the 12th or 13th year a need to start replacing the fleet, because the oldest ambulances, phase 1 ambulances, would be becoming of age, and we would be replacing those in years 12, 13, and 14, and so on and so on.
Okay, just a couple more questions, then I'd probably be it for me. I'm just curious what kind of like common financial metrics people are, you know, if I can call like the fire department and like an ambulance, if I can call that an integrated department, I'm just curious what kind of like, do they measure, what sort of basic metrics do they use? Like what would be like the percentage of total expenses for the ambulance, or expenses for the ambulance divided by the total fire department? Have you looked at that, like common benchmarks?
Mayor, members of the council, so our general budget is north of $60 million. The initial investment of these ambulances was 1.6. We would expect similar pricing for the entirety of the fleet, and so we'd multiply that times 4, so that puts us up north of $6 million of vehicular investment. And so compared to fire trucks and all the other investments, it's a percentage somewhere within there. I can tell you that our modeling, the use of vehicles that we've chosen, given the fact that we have firefighters on these ambulances, is duplicated across the valley. And so I can get that precise question answered for you if, honestly, if you can detail precisely what you're looking for. But that's the best estimate I can give you, is that we believe we have the budget capacity to manage our fleet effectively.
I was just curious if, like, you know, integrated fire departments, like, oh, well, the ambulance should be 15%, and if it's bigger than that, then you've got, I mean, it just kind of a question like that, if you've done a pro forma on that and said, yeah, we're going to be about where we need to be, so. And then I was going to ask you, do you have enough space to park all these ambulances, or are you going to have to buy real estate or build garages?
Mayor, members of the council, we currently have the space to park these ambulances.
Okay, and then have you looked at other cities or departments, municipalities around the country that have gone, you know, we're going from a third party to sort of an integrated, other cities that have incorporated or integrated their ambulance, and maybe like pitfalls or lessons they've learned that we can avoid?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Graham, absolutely. This staff has spent the last really 4 years, but 2 years intensely learning the best lessons from all municipal departments who have achieved their CON. The talent that we have in Kathy Stedman has directed us in the right way. We believe we have a very good game plan. Just prior to this workshop, we sought the counsel of 2 folks who essentially red teamed our program and shot holes in it. And I can tell you that they were very complimentary about the level of detail that our folks have gone into. I think we've gone into this with eyes wide open. Does that mean we're going to catch everything? No. We're going to learn in phase 1, and we'll apply that to phase 2 and 3. But I believe we're in a good place.
And then I guess my last question is, you might have touched on this, but why, you know, we've been here 20 years as far as apartment. Why, you know, why now? Maybe do you think we should have done this sooner?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Graham, absolutely. What I would say is that, and in speaking with my predecessors, the birth of the organization would have naturally included this service delivery system, with the exception of the CON process. State law did not provide for the transfer of this service delivery process along with the fire department. So when the city became a municipal department, they were able to execute all portions of service delivery except this. And so that's why it's important for us to really look at this as going back to the best delivery system that a citizen or visitor can enjoy.
Chief Shannon, thank you for answering my questions, and your colleagues, Kathy and Dr. Solom and Teresa and Chief Abels and Chief Joseph and Liz Sharp. Appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving on, we have Councilmember Durham, Councilwoman Caputi, and then Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just concerned about the level of the one-time expenses. That's roughly, it's $11 million, which is going to create a big hole in something that's already sort of pretty flat or minimal losses. And these are not going to be one-time expenses either, because I was going to ask the question Councilmember Graham did about how often these get replaced. And so we're going to be getting hit with this amount of money or something close to it every 10 years or so. And then I don't know if these take into account maintenance of the ambulances in between. I imagine they do. But so these aren't necessarily one-time expenses. Those are going to hang around into the future as we get new ambulances. So that creates a pretty big hole to get out of.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Durham, I'll let Brian explain a little bit about our capital investment against our other financials to give you hopefully a sense that we're really aware of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Durrell, thank you for the question. Yes, for some of those things we had included, so specifically talking about like maintenance and ongoing costs, those were part of the operating expenses that we accounted for within the organization as well as the replacement costs. The ambulances themselves have about a 7-year life, and then at the time, it's not necessarily purchasing a brand new ambulance, but we're able to refurb the chassis, we're able to take the box off of that chassis and refurbish it for a fraction of the cost which would be necessary. So it wouldn't necessarily total a full expense of a replacement unit. That said, looking at the call volume, the amount of calls for service, among other things, really when it comes to the need for additional one-time expenses, that's really associated with growth. And so with growth, we're going to see additional call volume, we're going to see additional revenue come in, we're going to see additional ways that we can kind of mitigate the concern of the one-time expense in a way to minimize the impact to the taxpayer and basis for the city of Scottsdale. I believe there's another component of your question, which I'm sorry I've forgotten, but if there was something I did not address, please let me know.
No, I think it covers it. I imagine these vehicles are going to get pretty hard use. So I'm just worried about the useful life and expenses as we go along.
No, I completely understand, Councilman Durham. And one of the great things that we did with this is we collaborated with Fleet and had them make a determination as far as what type of chassis, what type of powertrain, what type of fuel system, and learning from the experience of others, both in the positive and the negative, to try and mitigate the kind of negative financial impacts that you're specifically talking about. So we feel like we're moving forward with eyes wide open and trying to be responsible with the amount of money for the one-times.
Right, thank you.
Very good, Councilwoman Caputi and Littlefield, and I would remind everyone we have one other work study item right after this one. Go ahead, Councilwoman Caputi.
Thank you, Chief, and everyone, of course, for the great presentation. Like every complex issue that we see up here on this council, we've all been looking at this for a very long time. I think I first chatted with the chief about this when I first got elected 3 years ago. So many rounds of questions and answers and grilling you and getting to this point here tonight. So I just really had one small question. On the slide where you showed the comparison between Scottsdale and Tempe and Gilbert, and it was number of units, right, that's the one. So it looks like we're going to plan on having 12 versus 6 and 6 from the other cities, is that right? I was just curious about why we would be needing double the units of the other cities.
Council Member Caputi, I'm going to let Brian explain that, but
Am I reading that right?
You're seeing that delivery system correctly, but it's really related to calls for service. So I'm going to let him explain.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Caputi, looking at that, yes, you are looking at that correctly. However, one of the things that we discussed, but it wasn't identified on the slide, was the call volume. So for instance, remember when we discussed the call volume for the city of Tempe, it was approximately 11,000 calls a year versus the potential for 18,000 calls plus within the city of Scottsdale. So looking at the utilization of the units required to meet that service demand, that calculation really looks at 9 full-time units running in order to meet the full service once we're fully phased into phase 3. The partnership with Maricopa fills that gap until that time. So as these other agencies, Tempe, the town of Gilbert, have increased call volume, they will once again look to figure out the best way to meet the demand of their individual community, which would be more than likely the addition of personnel, the addition of additional ambulances, either peak time, not 24-hour, or full-time 24-hour staff.
Okay, that makes more sense because it's not like we have more population than the other cities. So I was just trying to figure out why the need for
calls for service.
Yeah,
it's
based on public need and calls for service.
Okay. All right, well, that satisfies the question that I have. Again, for me, this isn't necessarily about the dollars and cents. It's about being able to provide world-class service, which is what we do here in Scottsdale. And of course, world-class public safety service is one of the best things we do. So I am in support. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I've kind of been with the fire department for a long, long time, since it was very first started. And to me, I look at this as this completes what was started when the department was formed and what they were looking forward to at that time to complete the entire structure of the department. I'd like to go back and finish with the services that were expected to be included eventually when the fire department was formed. This is one of the things they had to postpone. And I think everybody at the time was very disappointed that it couldn't all happen at once in a big pile. But we just couldn't do that at that time. And it was part of the agreement, I think, that they had. But I'm glad to see that it's happening now because I think it's really time. I had one question for you. When you showed the map of the covered areas in Scottsdale and you located the fire stations up north, there's an area up north that's part of Scottsdale that's on the other side of the street. Is that area also going to be covered by Scottsdale Fire?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Littlefield, are you talking about Carefree or Cave Creek?
No.
Which
Highlands.
I'm not tracking.
No, the Highlands, the Highland area with the big subdivision.
So 16's area.
home.
So it may not necessarily have an ambulance in that station, but what you're seeing here are the response polygons represent coverage of that area. So at build out, we will have the responsibility and we will assure that we have full coverage of the entire geography of Scottsdale. We just don't necessarily have to park an ambulance at every single fire station. We don't need 15 ambulances, we need 9.
I just wanted to make sure that that particular area of the city of Scottsdale was going to be covered in the north.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Vice Mayor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks all of you. So if I understand it correctly, without having a City of Scottsdale ambulance service, we lose a firefighter when an ambulance goes to the hospital. Is that correct?
Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor Whitehead, yes, that was one of the inefficiencies of the system. And so in order to make sure that every citizen and visitor got that door-to-door experience from 2005 to essentially today, we would stay with that patient from door to door, and that put that responding company at a manpower deficit. We operate inside an automatic aid community that requires us to meet the demands of our community and not necessarily rely on other communities to supplement that. So what we were really hoping to achieve is the ability to transfer care to folks inside our own house, as the doc has mentioned, who will be under the same exact roof and trained the same and on the same call, and we will have this seamless transition of care. What existed before was a bit of a hiccup or a deficiency in manpower, so if we got a significant working incident afterwards, we would be asking for more resources coming from further away, which impacts response times ultimately.
Yeah, so I think that that's an important point when my colleagues were talking about costs, and that is a real concern. If we have a fire truck that's short one firefighter, then that's a cost. And if we have a firefighter on a private company's ambulance, that's a cost. And I think he called it gifting. So I do think that maybe in the future presentation, kind of give us that perspective of cost. The other thing I want to add, which is just already been said by Councilwoman Caputi, which is, you know, when we transitioned fire in-house, it was for better service. And when we're looking at the ambulance, it's for the same thing. It's so that we do have world-class safety, public safety for our residents and our visitors. So I support this. Thank you.
Okay, and you know, the purpose of the work study is to give a nod, and you have stated in the presentation the next steps. So I'm in agreement that we will continue this process, and I believe that's what I'm seeing today. So that would conclude our direction and your presentation. Thank you very much. Work study for the permanent base adjustment update. It will be presented by our city treasurer, Sonia Andrews, as well as Ben Lane, our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Next slide. Permanent base adjustment. Okay, I'd like to start with going back to 2006, where the city asked voters for a permanent base adjustment back then. And what you see on the slide here is an excerpt of the ballot pamphlet that we issued back in 2006. It says that the ballot measure will allow the city of Scottsdale to spend the revenue it collects to maintain the level of services it now provides. Its adoption will not result in an increase in city taxes. Well, I think this statement applies today as we look at our permanent base adjustment request. It is not an increase in taxes. Next slide. The 2006 ballot pamphlet goes on to say that the reason for this permanent base adjustment is because the city added new services and new operating cost counts against the base, new revenues that the voters approved, and raising the base will assure that the city can continue to use this voter-approved revenue sources, including operating costs associated with voter-approved bond programs. So we're in a similar situation today as we have the Bond 2019 programs, the Bond 2015 programs since the 2006 permanent base adjustment. And as I go through this presentation, I will also share with you some of the other cost increases that we're seeing that's causing us to reach our limitation and look for another permanent base adjustment. Next slide. So before I get into all of that, for our audience who aren't familiar with what the expenditure limitation is, I just want to spend a couple of slides on that. The expenditure limitation is imposed by a state constitution in 1979-1980, and it is a limitation on our local revenues. Basically, it applies to our operating expenditures. Our operating expenditures cannot exceed the expenditure limitation, regardless of how much revenues we collect. Some operating expenditures can be excluded, such as debt service, special revenues, and grant-funded expenditures. Those grant-funded are not local revenues, and there are some specific exclusions that the state allows. But otherwise, our operating revenues and the expenditures are subject to this limitation. We have to file an annual audited report to the Auditor General's office to show that we are within the limitation, and there's penalties for exceeding that. Next slide. The state computes this limitation using a 1979-1980 base, and it's adjusted annually with a population factor and an inflation factor. There's no adjustment for increases in new services or new revenues and programs. But the state does allow the city to request voter approval for a permanent base adjustment to increase the expenditure limitation. Next slide. So growing cities will eventually need to raise the limitation because growing cities will all have new programs and new services and expenditures that exceed just population and inflation. Of our 91 cities, 82 of our 91 cities in Arizona have had one or more permanent base adjustment or adopted an alternate limitation. 21 cities in Arizona had a permanent base adjustment in the last 8 years, and the city's last permanent base adjustment was 18 years ago in 2006. Next slide. And we've shown this slide many a times that the city has one of the lowest limitation per capita in the valley. I won't need to belabor this. The next slide. So what has happened with our permanent expenditure limitation since the 2006 permanent base adjustment? And what this shows is before we received the permanent base adjustment in fiscal year 06-07, our expenditure limitation was $289.9 million. With the 2006 permanent base adjustments that voters approved, our expenditure limitation increased by 40% to $404.7 million. Then 16 years later, our expenditure limitation for this current fiscal year is $586.3 million. That's a 45% increase over 16 years, which equates to a 2.3% annual growth for population and inflation. Next slide. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide. So when our permanent base adjustment went into effect in 2008, the 2006 permanent base adjustment, our expenditure limitation was raised to $404.7 million. Our actual expenditures that were subject to that limitation was $342.6 million. If our expenditures had increased by 45%, just like our expenditure limitation did, it would be at $496.8 million today. But our budget that we put together for this fiscal year is at $582 million. We don't spend our entire budget, but we will have some budget savings, but we can't produce a budget that exceeds this expenditure limitation. So what happened? What is the 70% increase? Well, I was really perplexed about this as well, because as I was looking at it, it looked like we had ample capacity up until 2022. So I did some research and found that if we looked back at our 2017 budget, we produced a budget and we filed these state forms that we have to put the expenditure limitation and calculate the operating expenditure subject to limitation in our budget. If you look back at our 2017 budget, our budget produced was at 93% of the expenditure limitation. And in 2018, it was at 95% of the expenditure limitation. So in 2017 and 18, we were already starting to bump up against the limitation. So what happened? Well, in 2020, we had the pandemic, and we shut down. In 2021, libraries were shut down, aquatic centers were shut down. We didn't hire any of our seasonal workers. We deferred our market adjustment for our employees, and we also received $30 million of CARES Act funding, which is federal funds. So we could apply our personnel costs to those federal funds, and $30 million did not get counted towards the expenditure limitation. In 2022, we received even more stimulus funds, and we also started experiencing the supply chain issues. So we didn't receive things we ordered, and we didn't incur the expenses. So that allowed us to pay the $40 million in PSPRS extra payment, but really it's offset by all the expenditures that we didn't incur. 2023 was really the defining moment. In 2023, the state reduced our population number, so we ended up having a negative population adjustment that year. So while our expenditure limitation increased by only 1.2%, we had to give an 8% increase in salaries to keep up with the labor market, and we started experiencing the inflation that we all know about today. So next slide. So let's take a look at what our expenses look like now with all this inflation and over 16 years. This is the cost of a police officer in 2008. You can see the salaries, which includes the benefits, healthcare benefits, and pension benefits. This is a mid-range officer, $98,000, under $100,000. And all the gear, vehicle, and all the vests. We didn't have cell phones. We had just radios, and we didn't have on-body cameras. So the total cost of the officer back in 2008 was $145,900,000. Today, these are our costs today. The salaries and benefits are $168,000, and we now have, and you can see the increase in each of these items, and we now have body-worn cameras, and we also have cell phones in addition to radios. And so the cost increase has been 76%. And this doesn't even include training costs and other indirect costs for this officer. Next slide. And this is the cost of a single unit response, and that includes 1 ladder truck and 4 firefighters. In 2008, the ladder truck cost us $747,000, and the 4 firefighters would have cost us, as laid out there, for a total cost of $1,096,000. Now, granted, we don't buy a fire truck every year, but this is just to show you the cost of the single unit response. Today, that same ladder truck is costing us $1.35 million, and as you can see, all the other salaries and items for a total increase of 73%. Next slide. So in the top box, you can see what our police and fire operating budgets were back in 07-08, and what our police and fire operating budgets are this current fiscal year. And as you can see, the increase for police is 76%, and for fire is over 100%. Some of the new costs, or costs that have 100% increase included in our 24 budget, is addressing the pension liability. The fire dispatch contract has increased by 100%, and we also have smaller items like the new real-time crime center and evidence storage. Next slide. Our water costs. We all know that our cap water purchase and treatment costs have increased. In 2011, we expanded the cap water treatment plant. So today, we're looking at a 310% increase in the cap water purchase and treatment compared to 16 years ago in 2008. Next slide. And this slide shows in the top box our water operating budget back in 2008 and compared to this fiscal year. Again, 68% increase, or in the realm of that 70% increase that we just looked at. And as you can see, I won't read it to you, but all the treatment plant expansions and new treatment facilities have increased our costs for our water. And including at the last line of that chart there, you can see our reclaimed water distribution that has increased by 131%. Now, keep in mind that all these costs are paid for by the water and sewer revenues that are raised, and our water and sewer rates continue to be low. And just like the previous slides that I showed you with police and fire costs, even those costs have increased by 70% or above 70%, it's still funded by our low tax rates, property tax and sales tax rates that we have today. Next slide. So what are some of the new voter-approved costs that we have? In 2010, after the 2006 permanent base adjustment, voters approved increasing our hotel-motel tax from 3% to 5%. With this increase, our tourism expenditures have increased by 257% since 2008. In 2015, voters approved the Bond 2015 program for 2 new fire stations. Those were just completed in 2021, so we're just starting to see the operating costs of those fire stations today. And of course, you all know that in 2019, we have the Bond 2019 program with more new fire stations, fire and police training facility, multi-use sports fields, and all that will be completed within the next 1 to 3 years. Next slide. So for the permanent base adjustment we're requesting, it's to address the operating costs of Bond 2015 and Bond 2019 projects, enhance police and fire costs and services, and our water cost increases. Next slide. This slide is kind of busy, but I really wanted to address this because there is council has the ability to approve exceeding the limitation, but only for natural and man-made disaster emergencies. State law specifically provides options for that. If it's a governor-declared emergency, no citizen vote is required, but we still require two-thirds council vote can exceed that limitation, and only for expenditures directly necessitated by a natural or man-made disaster. If it's not governor-declared, a citizen vote will be required unless the next fiscal year expenditures are reduced by an amount expended on the disaster. So as you can see, council does have the ability to exceed the limitation, exceed the limitation, but it's very restrictive and it has to meet the state law requirements. Next slide. So the next set of slides I'm going to go through is talking about, okay, well, how much do we need or can we increase our limitation by? Next slide. So state law provides a methodology that we are required to follow. We can't just pick a number because we like a higher number. We have to follow state law in how we determine the permanent base adjustment and the limitation increase. Basically, what the state law requirement is that it must be based on revenue projections. And we cannot increase the limitation beyond what our projected revenues can support in the year in which the increase becomes effective. So if we request a permanent base adjustment in November of 2024, it will become effective in fiscal year 26. So we have to project what our local revenues subject to limitation would be for fiscal year 26. And that's how the state requires us to calculate the permanent base adjustment and the expenditure limitation. In essence, it's saying that we must be able to support revenue projections for the expenditure limitation that we're asking for. And on top of that, we must support our revenue projections with at least the last 4 years of actual growth. We can't just put a 20% growth projection. We have to use actual last 4 years growth. Okay, next slide. So I want to bring you back to this slide. In in 2006, when we did the permanent base adjustment, they followed the same requirement. So they determined, based on the analysis, that they could support and they could, justify revenues of $404.7 million. That's a 40% increase in the expenditure limitation. Next slide. So applying the same methodology today, this is what we've done to calculate what that expenditure limitation can be and the permanent base adjustment can be. So I'll take you through this. Our fiscal year 2024 budget, which is this current year budget, the first column of numbers, we show the state income tax share, and I pulled some of these items out because we know that those items will be either decreasing or eliminated or not subject to limitation. So as you can see, these are our local revenues. State income tax share, we know that that will be decreasing because of the flat tax, so I show that separately. Residential rental tax, we know that we will be losing residential rental tax, so I show that that revenue stream is gone. The preserved taxes I used to pay debt service on land, and that can be excluded. It doesn't have to be included and subject to limitations, so I show that we don't count that. And the secondary property taxes I used to pay debt service on the bond programs. So again, that can be excluded, and I show that we exclude that. Everything else can be included to pay for expenditures subject to limitation. And so the $704,000 includes sales tax, property tax, our rates and charges and fees. And we increase that by 8% a year. And so and we add in the ambulance revenues, that will be new revenues, and we arrive at this $884,000 that we can support based on the state methodology that's required. And the permanent base adjustment needed to arrive at the 884 limitation for fiscal year 26 is $22 million. And I'm going to explain that in a minute. Next slide. So this slide shows you the state calculation of the expenditure limitation. As you can see, Scottsdale population in 78 was 83,000, and today is 248,542. So our population factor is 2.9945. Our inflation factor is 3.67. This is the base that we're talking about. Our base today is 55.86 million. And if we increase this base by 22 million, then our estimate is in fiscal year 26, that expenditure limitation is 884 million. So going back to, if you look at this population factor of 2.9945, remember I talked about in 2013 we had a negative population adjustment. So in 2022, this population factor was 3.02. In 2023, it dropped to 2.93. And as you can see, in 3 years, we still haven't gone back up to the 3.02 that it was before it was adjusted down. So that is one of the reasons why we are bumping up against the limitation as well, in addition to the expenditure increases and new expenditures that we're seeing. Next slide. And this is some examples of some recent limitation increases by our peer cities. Tempe increased their limitation in 2018. They increased it by 51%. And Chandler, they are on a home rule. A home rule is an alternate limitation because they rather have an alternate limitation instead of be under the state limitation. But the home rule requires voters to approve that limitation every 4 years. And a lot of cities that go to home rule are starting to look at going back to the permanent base adjustment. They went to the voters in 2022 and increased their home rule expenditure limitation by only 28%, but it's a $295 million increase because their limitation is over $1 billion. So that's just an example of some of the recent increases. So the next slide. And this basically shows you some of the cities where you can see what their base limit is, what their base is, what their population factors are, and what their resulting expenditure limitation is. So because this formula is a 1978 formula, the older, more developed cities have a lower expenditure limitation as a result. And the newer cities, as you can see, Buckeye, Surprise, Peoria, they have lower population amounts, but they've had tremendous growth during this period. So it results in a significant expenditure limitation for them based on this 1978 formula. And one of the things we have to understand is we can't change the population factor, we can't change the inflation factor. Increasing the base is our only means to change the expenditure limitation. It's the only component of the formula that cities can adjust to increase our expenditure limitation. Okay, next slide. So what if we don't increase the limitation? Well, if we don't increase the limitation, we will need to make decisions on priorities for operations to stay within the limitation. We will not be able to spend all the revenues we receive, including voter-approved revenues for operations. We'll just go to fund balance. Unexpected expenditures cannot be avoided, will require reduction in other operating expenditures to stay within the limitation. And this impacts citywide operations, not just the general fund. It impacts water, solid waste, airport, police and fire, and all general fund operations, and all our operations for that matter. It basically really impacts our future plans and future initiatives. Next slide. So I want to bring you back to the 2006 Permanent Base Adjustment ballot pamphlet, because it is still true today. The permanent base adjustment is not a budget override. The Scottsdale annual budget will continue to be subject to all state laws, including the requirements that cities must pass a balanced budget and spend no more money than they receive. It doesn't allow us to exceed our budget. And next slide. The other thing to remind the council and our citizens of is the city's financial strength. We have a AAA bond rating from all 3 bond rating agencies. We have clean audits every year. For 51 consecutive years, we received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and for 34 consecutive years, we've received the Distinguished Budget Award. The permanent base adjustment does not negatively affect the city's financial strength. And even though our expenditures have increased by 70%, we have abided by all these awards and clean audits and policies that we have. And my last slide before I turn it over to Ben is the timeline that we anticipate. We hope to bring council a resolution to consider referring a permanent base adjustment to the voters in April. And in April and July, we will be required, if council approves, in April and July, we will be required to complete analysis and documentation for the Auditor General to approve. They have to approve this. We can't just do it without their approval. And then after they approve it, we will submit that in August. We hope to do that. With that, I'm going to, do you want to pause and see if there's any questions before we hand it over to you?
I see none, so we will proceed with Clerk Ben Lane.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and council members. I'll be discussing the ballot language, and what I'm going to do initially is just provide some background and then discuss some ballot options. In terms of the election date, the Arizona Constitution allows a city to permanently adjust its base limit with voter approval at a general election or nonpartisan election held for the nomination or election of its governing board members. As we have discussed, the city's upcoming general election is on November 5th of this year. And as we've also discussed in the past, this is going to be an extremely full ballot. In addition to the mayor and council races that we have, we might have one or more ballot measures. Plus, there's the presidential election, U.S. Senate election, U.S. House races, and many county races and other state races as well. So it's going to be a very full ballot in addition to statewide ballot measures. So just talking a little bit about the ballot language that we're about to go over. The full text option it's a longer option, and it includes an official title, a descriptive title, and yes/no options. The tagline text is much shorter. It includes a question and the same yes/no statements that you see with the full text option. For clarification purposes, both the full text and tagline text options will be printed in the publicity pamphlet the city prepares for the November election, and it will also be provided in a pamphlet generated by Maricopa County. What will most likely happen is, because of space limitations, we'll have to use a tagline text, which, as I mentioned earlier, is much shorter. So just some considerations that were used when drafting the ballot language. We're trying to make sure that the wording is understandable and clear. that statutory requirements were met, and also looked at a number of cities that recently had permanent base adjustments to look at their ballot language. So with that, and I'll start talking about the proposed ballot language, and this is where council feedback would be greatly appreciated for each section. Again, the official title is a brief explanation of what the measure is doing. This official title, and I won't read it just in the interest of time, but I will say this language is very standardized among all cities that have done this recently, including the phrase state-imposed expenditure limitation. That's what I'll show you another example of another ballot in a minute, but pretty much every city uses that phrase. It is an accurate phrase. This is a state-imposed expenditure limitation, and I feel it's a factual phrase as well. The descriptive title, so I apologize, any comments or feedback on the official title?
Seeing none, continue.
Okay. So the descriptive title, it's a summary of the principal provisions of the measure. By state law, it is a 50-word limit. This descriptive title is currently at 41 words, so there is a little bit of room. To Sonia's earlier point, at the very bottom where it was the 2 X's, I believe that's what would be the 22 million is where we would put that number in if the council agreed to that. Again, the descriptive title language, it's very standardized. This is pretty much what every city and town uses for their descriptive title, but would appreciate any feedback.
Okay, I will say that it's been calculated according to a template and explained, so I believe that is accurate, and I would give a nod to that for our purposes. And Vice Mayor?
Why can't we use the language from 2006 is extremely clear, and this is not. I just wonder why, where was the ballot measure will allow the city of Scottsdale to spend the revenue it collects. That statement from slide, I don't know what slide number that is, from your presentation, Sonia. I just wonder, is there a change, or can the same language be used today that was used in 2006 for the ballot?
So in terms of the 2006 ballot language, Vice Mayor, it was, it's a little bit dated at this point, but it was actually essentially tagline text, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
And at this stage, the descriptive title has to have a number, and so that would be filled in as per the treasurer's recommendation.
That's correct, Mayor, yes. So, okay, thank you all. So for the yes-no statements, these are the yes-no statements that were used by Scottsdale. These were used when Scottsdale initially obtained the permanent base adjustment in 1998, and then again when they went out for an increase in 2006. So these are the yes-no statements that have been used in Scottsdale previously. Just for comparison purposes, there are shorter examples for the council to consider. If I could have the overhead, please. This is Marana's ballot language. They went for their permanent base adjustment in 2022. Just to show you in the official title, that's kind of neat. It does say state-imposed expenditure limitation, so I wasn't making that up. And also, but the yes-no statements are much shorter. And other cities and towns do use shorter yes-no statements. With that being said, I think there is an advantage to the wording used by Scottsdale, and I'll go back to that if we can go back to the PowerPoint. And I think this is just my opinion, but the advantage for the Scottsdale language is that more likely than not, the tagline text is going to be used. And this is the tagline text. It's very, very short, and pretty much every city and town uses something like this. So this, more likely than not, is going to be what's printed on the ballot. And so as you all can see, it's very short, and that's why I think, and I apologize, I'm going to flip back, but I think these yes/no statements are more descriptive, and I do believe they're accurate statements as well and factual.
Okay, Vice Mayor Whitehead.
So I'd like to propose keeping the Scottsdale language and get some nods here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. And then again, this is a tagline text. It's very short, but pretty much every city and town uses this same tagline text.
Good, I see nods. Great, thank you.
That's it.
Okay. So, at this point, just responding to both the treasurer's and the clerk's presentation, I want to call us back to January when this council voted to set a policy. So it's been 18 years since this has been done, and we passed a resolution which created a policy that said three things. The first one was that any council or future council should look at and examine this every 5 years. It didn't say that it had to change, but that they must look at it. The second point that we approved and we signed off on that policy was that if it came within 90%, that the treasurer shall inform us of that. And then the third point is that the treasurer would be bring forward the calculated number to resolve the situation. So, this is very much aligned with those that policy that this council approved. And I think it's a good template as a policy for future council to be guided by. At this point, all of the base adjustment is embedded in our budget. So that report is always going out yearly, and it always has to be justified and audited and so forth. So that part of the process is already a deep part of our obligation to maintain our highest ratings. The implications for the security of being able to I would say be innovative and creative and meet the challenges that we may find anticipated, or some that we may generate ourselves. For instance, the ambulance question. So when this was last looked at in 2006, we had barely started to initiate our own fire department, which was authorized in 2005, but then it took a year to start up. And certainly didn't have the ambulance component that we feel raises the it meets the expectations of our residents and constituents. So I'm very, I think this is a two-step process. We actually are conforming with the policy that this council feels is a best practice, and it will keep us in line with a good, solid budgeting process and being able to meet the needs. The last thing I'll say is that, general funds are pretty much checkbook funds. And over the last couple of years, there's been some discussion about the deficiencies of bond money and Bond 2010 and inflation and all that. Well, those shortages or those estimates that were no longer, they're obsolete estimates, we were able to make up for those shortages with general fund transfers. And each of those transfers ate into that cap. And we could know, if we didn't have, I would say, funds in our checkbook to cover that, first of all, we wouldn't be able to satisfy and meet those needs that have already been approved by the bonds. But secondly, if we hit that bump, which we're at that ceiling, excuse me, I call it a bump, that brick wall, then even if we had the funds, we couldn't spend general funds to cover the shortages that would be in all those areas that the bonds are. And frankly, we have the revenues to meet those bond goals, and this also releases us to be able to meet those needs in our community. If it's a new fire station and we need 18 new firemen, we're going to be able to pay for those firemen out of general funds, and that's very essential. Not have a barrier on that ability to meet the needs of our council people. I mean, of our city. Excuse me, Councilmember Graham. I see you want to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. How's the volume of my voice? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Proceed.
Is the volume okay?
Continue.
Can you? Okay. Is there trouble? Can you hear me?
Excuse me. Continue. We can hear you, Councilmember Graham.
Okay. I was asking for confirmation if you could hear me. So, well, I just want to ask real quickly, Sonia, did you say how much you are going to recommend we should raise the base limit by? Or is that for another day?
Mayor, Councilmember Graham, I would recommend the 22 million.
Well, and what percentage is that?
The 45%.
Okay, I guess my preference would probably be something closer to 40, but you know, like we did back in '06, and we talked about that, you know, at our meeting today. But I'm just putting that out there on the record. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, the purpose of our work study is to hear the testimony, which we have heard, we have responded, and we will be moving forward as with a ballot measure under consideration that will still require council action to put it on the ballot at a scheduled time through the clerk's process. And all of the other notifications to the state auditor and so forth all take effect as we're continuing our budget process. With that, we are concluded with the work study, and I hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please record your vote.
Aye.